Is that on? Good evening, everybody. Tonight we have a special presentation before we get started on the council meeting. Is Alan Rubin here? Alan Rubin in the Environmental Hall of Fame. Would you please come up? They've got a very special presentation for one of our own, so you have your group with you, and here you go. I'll give you this and turn the mic over to you.
Hi, we're the National Environmental Hall of Fame, and we started the Moines Green Museum exhibition. It's outside, if you have a chance. We had the world's largest calendar quilt at the AQS show, and you'll see one of our quilts. We're having a special quilt made in January with pictures of Des Moines top environmentalists, the 12 top green megatrends. We gave an award 2 years ago to Mayor Frank Cownie for his wonderful work for Des Moines, one of 30 mayors we've given local awards to. And this year, based on the recommendation of Mayor Greg Nichols, the former mayor of Seattle, who started the Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement, we're giving a national award to Mayor Frank Cownie for his wonderful environmental work. We've only given out 2 national awards so far, one to Mayor Greg Nichols and one to Mayor Daley in Chicago. And Frank, because of his wonderful recommendations, is receiving an award. We've given awards to top environmentalists like Harrison Ford, Pierce Brosnan, Art Linkletter, Ed Begley Jr., all wonderful green environmentalists. And the exhibition is going to be touring every month to a different location starting in January. It's actually starting at the Junior League. Jamie, are you here? It's going, and you'll be able to see it there. And so we want to thank Mayor Cownie so much for his wonderful work to help the environment. And you'll be able to see on our website, Environmental Hall of Fame, all of the great work he's done, and at the photo gallery. And we want to thank Mayor Cownie so much. Thank you for your help for the environment.
I'll just say a couple of words, then we probably better get started with our city council meeting, but it's a great honor to receive something like this from a group that very few have been honored up to this moment for the work that they have done. But I've got to say that I don't see this as an honor just for the mayor of the city of Des Moines, but I think it represents what we've been doing in this city at the government level, and what this council has adopted as policies, and our staff. I look at a number of our staff members back here, whether it's our parks department that works in on our buildings and our parks, and talk about how we are looking at an environmental friendly, sustainable future for our parks, and how we cut down the use of plant life and things that have to be mowed and cared for so much, and replaced with natural types of Iowa native grasses and trees, and doing all kinds of plantings like that, and all the work that's been done in the buildings, and things that we look at in infrastructure, and whether it's public works and looking at green infrastructure for the future. We look at our buildings here and the window replacements that have happened, and also the ability that we have had at this moment to have the discussions with our corporate community, who's also taken up the torch. And you don't have to look very far to see the World Food Prize building. That's our old library across. It is a LEED Platinum, we hope, to be designated building. The Wellmark building, which is the world's largest single-user, single-occupant LEED Platinum corporate home of Wellmark right here in downtown Des Moines. And also our Franklin Library that we are also hopeful will be designated a LEED Platinum building, along with LEED designations for a number of our other city buildings. I just want to thank everybody whether they come to city council meetings or they're part of the cool communities and working through faith-based work. And I am so proud that we've all worked together to try to make a difference in a great future for our city and our kids and our grandkids and our great-grandkids, because that's what this whole thing is about. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We should also mention that based on the recommendation from the mayor's office, that we gave a local award to the Franklin Library as well, and also to the recommendation of, for the city to the Iowa Environmental School.
Should we take a couple of quick photos? Do you want to get some of your group up here real quick? And
you want to, we have people who are the sponsors of the Green Museum exhibition, if they want to come up.
Yep. Okay. Let's take a real quick photo, and then we'll move on into our city council. Come on, everybody. Let's get our students up here, too.
Greg, hi.
Greg? Come on, anybody that has a Lead Platinum library, we got to get them up front.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm ready again. 1, 2, 3.
Try again.
One more.
Okay, ready? We got one more.
Okay, ready, guys? Videos are 1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
All right. Thank you, Scott. Thank you all.
Oh, you know, I definitely do. There's nothing I want more. I just love that kind of thing, you know?
All right, as people are filing in, this is our November 21st Des Moines City Council meeting, and we will ask those that would like to participate. We're going to have a special invocation by our own council member, Skip Moore. So we would ask everyone at the moment to
stay seated.
Mr. Moore requests that everybody stay seated for his words. Mr. Moore.
When I saw tonight's agenda and realized that I have the privilege of doing something before Thanksgiving Day, I thought it would only be appropriate to come up with something wrapped around Thanksgiving Day. And I apologize to the person that quoted this. When I printed it out, it cut his name off. But it says, and I'm going to change this just a little bit, stand up on this Thanksgiving Day. Stand upon your feet. Believe in man. Soberly, there is not and there never has been a better time or a better place to live in Des Moines. Now I've got one here that's a little bit more humorous. Author is unknown, so I'm covered on that. May your stuffing be tasty, may your turkey plump, may your potatoes and gravy have nary a lump. May your yams be delicious and your pies take the prize, and may your Thanksgiving dinner stay off of your thighs. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's have the clerk take the roll, please.
Cownie.
Here.
Coleman. Here. Moore.
Here.
Griess. Here. Maheffey. Here. Hensley. Here. Meyer. Here. We have a quorum.
All right, could we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented and/or as amended? It's been moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Item passes. Item 3 is approving the consent agenda tonight. Those are items 3 through 37, and we're going to have those enacted by one roll call vote without separate discussion unless somebody pulls some of the items, either for clarification or to speak. This evening, Item 4, Councilmember Hensley, Moore, and Griess wish to speak. Item 6B, Councilmember Moore wishes to speak. And item 7, Councilmember Coleman wishes to speak. Are there any other items this evening, 3 through 37, that anyone would like to pull to speak? Yes.
Any other? 4B.
4B. All right. Any others? Could we have a motion for the balance?
Moved.
It's been moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Item passes. If we could have a quick motion to recess, we have sort of passed the Municipal Housing Agency Board, and to reconvene as the Municipal Housing Agency. It's been moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. It passes. We now sit as the Municipal Housing Agency Governing Board. Item 2 is to approve the recording and declaration of the trustees, DOT, on behalf of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, on the Des Moines Municipal Housing properties. The Board Communications 11-723. Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this item? Seeing none, could we have a motion?
Move.
It's been moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. The item passes, approving that declaration. Item 3 is authorizing the city manager to release mortgage and related security instruments to Lynn Kruger of 7540 Southview Drive pursuant to the 5H Affordable Home Ownership Program, Board Communication number 11-727. Is there anybody here to speak on that item?
I'll move.
Item's been moved. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. The item passes. Could we have a motion to adjourn and reconvene in City Council?
Move.
It's been moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, sorry, I should have mentioned this a moment ago when you were approving the agenda, but we had talked earlier today about doing a short presentation on the hotel project. If you'd still like to do that, I'd suggest that you take it up right after the consent, but it's up to you. But I thought we had to make it part of your decision about the agenda for this evening.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so we will take that up right after item 37, and let's somebody have a motion to retake up the
I'll move.
amended agenda. It's been moved to take up the discussion as presented by the city manager after the consent items. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. The item passes. That takes us now to item 4. Mrs. Hensley, since your name appears first on this, I'll let you start. Item 4.
Thank you very much. This is an item on the agenda for those in the audience and the viewing public where we have several new applications for liquor licenses, which means these individuals would be able to sell. They'd be no different than a liquor store, and we have 10 applications, of which 9 will be selling full-scale liquor, which is really problematic. So it's no different than 9 liquor stores opening up in all of your neighborhoods, and these are come and go and quick trips that are already in established neighborhoods that will now be offering a full range of alcoholic beverages. And this is a result of legislation that was passed this last legislative session. It's also something that we are sensitive to and have taken some action on, but I think that everybody still needs to understand that we now have liquor stores, for all practical purposes, that are going to be functioning in neighborhoods that we have not had that before. And I think we need to all be very sensitive to that and monitor it carefully, because I think it could be potential problems based upon what's happened with us in other neighborhoods throughout the city.
But I think it's important to know, Christine, is that our hands are tied as a city.
Absolutely.
And that we are preempted
By the state.
by the state of Iowa on even having any discussion or any resistance to it because of the way the language is written.
Correct.
Is that accurate, Mr. City Attorney?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Moore?
Well, I have two issues with this. One is I've been in a come and go in Fort Dodge last Friday, and previous to that I'd been in the come and go in Clear Lake, and they have a tendency to stock the liquor right inside the front door. And believe me, the minute I took a look at it, I thought, what a way for youth to get some free booze, and it'd be real easy by the time they grab the bottle, go out the door. Those people can't get around that counter quick enough. The other issue is we have a representative here tonight from a new convenience store here in town, Valero, and we're going to be taking up an issue for them later on, but they originally considered applying for an e-liquor at Wright and Euclid, and due to the neighborhood saying they preferred they didn't, they listened to the neighborhood and did not apply for it. And I'm just wondering what kind of a message we're going to be sending to people that do want to listen to the residents and neighborhoods of this city. We all know that these businesses want to maximize their profit, and I'm afraid, and I wouldn't blame them if they do, that Valero would come back and say we've changed our mind on it. So knowing that this is the law, I don't know what we do about it, but I think we need to start lobbying the legislators again to try and turn this around.
Mr. Griess?
And then I pulled it off. I believe there's a couple of residents that wanted to speak on a specific item, somewhat related, but more specific to the actual business. So if you guys wanted, anyone who wanted to speak wanted to come up and say anything.
Mayor, City Council, Mike Hildebrand, 410 Franklin Avenue in Des Moines. I'm speaking on item 4, Victor, that's on the consent agenda. I am standing in front of you not only as the president of the Riverbend Neighborhood Association, but as a resident that lives 220 feet away from the Shop and Save at 1829 6th Avenue. And I'm glad that Ms. Hensley and Mr. Moore brought up the fact that these are troublesome, probably not all of them, but most of them that I've seen so far that's established are troublesome businesses. So I'm hoping with my location to this business that it adds some validity to my complaints that I'm 220 feet away from this business. I'll speak that I don't want to step in front of this person's livelihood. He has every right to make his living, but I would assume that a majority of the people that are here to speak on this facility would love to go to a convenience store up the street, 220 feet away from their house. But because of the large crowds, the large amounts of vehicles, the loud music, and the intimidation of the individuals that hang out in front of this facility, most of us, if not all of us, will drive to another facility. As I said, I don't want to get in the way of this business owner making his livelihood, but it's a two-way street. I do not want this business owner to get in the way of our quality of life in the neighborhood. I have personally observed trash. They pick up the lot, but the trash is strewn for hundreds of feet around the facility. Excuse me. I walk every Saturday and pick up 3 grocery bags full of trash from this facility. Once a month, I will go up, as well as others in this room, and empty the trash can because it's spilling over at this facility. I have personally observed drug dealing occurring at this facility. I have not actually seen the drugs, but I've seen the baggies and the money exchange hands. I see people drive up, not even walking in the door of this facility, spending 5 minutes in the parking lot, and then driving away after people have stuck their heads in their windows for a few minutes. I have personally been approached by a woman scantily dressed, asking me if I wanted to take her for a ride and have a party. Now, I was in my '88 GMC pickup, and I'm assuming that she wouldn't be proud to be in my truck, and she wasn't looking to show off to her friends. I also have a problem with this facility, who, by the owner's own recognition, is a liquor store. He has posted, I've sent this to all of you about a month ago, it's Shop and Save Liquor. It's not Shop and Save Convenience. It's not Shop and Save Groceries. It's Shop and Save Liquor. So he is operating a liquor store in our neighborhood in C1 zoning. So we have a problem with that. I'm not here to stop you from approving this application or to ask you to do that. But as I've seen many, many times, this body has the power to encourage behavior. If the owner or the manager is unwilling or unable to deal with this, I would hope that the city council will help encourage the owner or the manager to take care of this. The Quick Trip that I go to, which is a mile away, I have to drive to, has off-duty police officers to deal with any loitering. And that's really the crux of the problem, is the loitering. All the rest of it comes out of that. Hire off-duty police officers. The council and the mayor can encourage this business owner to be a better neighbor. We're all very pleased that the cold weather is here now, because now the activity will calm down. But next spring, it's back. So I would ask that the council, not only on this, but others that come up to speak to other facilities, you do have the power to encourage behavior. And I would ask that you would do that. If I'm not out of time, I would like to quickly read a letter that I would like to submit. Dear Mayor, Des Moines Mayor and City Council, in the past 6 months, approximately 35 incidents involving the Shop and Save property at 1829 6th Avenue have required police action. For a business operating in a residential area, this is excessive. The types of infractions occurring are particularly inappropriate given the residential nature and presence of many small children in the area. The reports indicate that the following activities occurred: public intoxication, narcotics dealing, suspected attempted robbery, prostitution, theft, public indecency, domestic disputes, people in the parking lot throwing bottles at passerbys, panhandling, suspected mischievous behavior, crowd fighting, multiple disputes between clerks and customers, including one report of youth buying K2 and marijuana from a clerk, loitering and loud music. As a neighborhood, we would hope that you would deal with this situation. Thank you, and I'd like to submit this. I would like to, please.
I'll move to receive and file.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Thank you.
Passes. Been submitted. Thank you. Anybody else? We'd ask that anybody that wants to speak on this item or any others, when we call it, to kind of get in the line over here. So we've got 2 more speakers here. 3 more? Any more? All right.
Good afternoon. I live at 523 Franklin, which is right across the street to the north of the Shop and Save. My husband moved into the property, which we love, in February, and we were actually excited to be moving across the street from a convenience store. We have a small child. It'd be really great to be able to go get a gallon of milk, a case of beer on the weekends, but increasingly it has definitely increased our frustration. We no longer feel comfortable allowing our 3-year-old to be in the front yard. The disputes that occur on the property make us fear for what our child is exposed to. It goes beyond loud music and swearing and yelling and that sort of thing. A few incidents included a man parking on our driveway, dropping off some women who then walked over to the Shop and Save. When my husband asked him what he was doing, he said he was dropping off his hose. I have seen a woman, release her bowels in the parking lot of the Shop and Save. I have personally witnessed drug dealing. I have personally witnessed fights. I have personally witnessed everything that Mike alluded to. And moving into an urban neighborhood, you expect increased traffic. You expect a certain amount of loud music, but you don't expect to not feel comfortable in your front yard, particularly when you have a child and many of your neighbors have children. I would like to say that I understand our neighborhood association's stance on it. I don't want to take away his livelihood too, but as a mother, it has to change. And it's not about what they're doing inside, although I don't even feel safe going inside. I refuse to go inside. It's about the fact that I have never, ever seen anyone from their property control what is going on outside of the interior of the building. They don't ever come out and tell people to disperse. They don't ever come out and tell people that certain activities are inappropriate. So action needs to be taken. It's not my responsibility as a neighboring property owner to control what they do and to threaten my safety by going over there frequently. I thought to myself, what more can I do to make this situation better? I don't feel comfortable over there. So we're bringing it to you, and please help. Thank you.
May we ask your name?
Yes, Brian By. Sorry, would you like me to spell it? Breann. The last name is By, B-Y-E.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Angela Thorne, and I live at 1339th Street, but I also represent Metropolitan Properties. They own the rental property at 1815 6th Avenue, which is the building south of the Shop and Save. It's a daily issue for us to go out and pick up all the booze bottles that land on our property. We're out there probably twice a day picking up trash. I've actually tried to speak to the cashiers and the owner of this business to see how we can coordinate to work together, because we do have tenants that are concerned regarding this environment that he's handling right now. So really all I have to say is I have dealt with drug deals. I've called the officer. I'm over there daily seeing at least 1 or 2 transactions of drug dealing. Trash is an issue. They don't even take pride in picking up the trash on their property, so it blows out into our property. We do have children in this building that visit, and they don't feel safe coming out to sit outside in our front yard. I actually challenge one of you to actually sit in the front yard of our property and see what goes on during the night. You'd be kind of interested to see what's going on with your own eyes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rick Coash, C-O-A-S-H. I am co-manager of the Ayrshire Apartments at 1815 6th Avenue. I have witnessed everything that Bree has talked about, that Mike has talked about, that Angela has talked about. One thing that wasn't mentioned was I pick up used condoms in the front yard and also purple surgical gloves, along with needles. When I go to show an apartment, we're in a renovation process. I mean, probably close to $1 million by now over the years. And we are getting more and more students from Des Moines University, from DMAC, from Drake, and people that are actually trying to improve our society. And when I show an apartment and go around the property, having that Shop and Save there is just a red flag saying, if you want drugs, here it is. If you want, it just isn't conducive to what we're striving and working for. And we'd like to change that.
What's the address of your property?
1815 6th Avenue. the Ayrshire, Ayshire.
To the south.
To the south, right. And unlike Mike, who has 215 feet or whatever he said, I have 1 foot. 1 foot by 20 of grass that they own that is connected to our front yard. So, I mean, it's right below. I'm up on the 3rd floor. It's right below where we live. And so, having tenants call me all hours of the night because somebody's pulled in there and they've got the boom, 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 heavy bass rattling their windows. I mean, that just isn't acceptable.
Right.
Can I just address something that I just discussed with one of our city attorneys, Doug Phillips, and during one of the speakers I asked, is there anything we can do both as far as the Class E liquor license is concerned and also just in general with criminal activity? I may have asked Doug if possible to address this, but one of the things he mentioned is to build a case and document these illegal incidents, to build a case for what's called a business nuisance. And Doug, could you address what that is and how to build that case and what the consequences are?
Yes, thank you. Doug Phillip, Legal Department. We have a city ordinance that allows businesses to be put on notice of criminal activities that are occurring in and around their properties. And once they're put on notice, then they have to address those. And if they fail to address those problems to our satisfaction, then we can take that to district court and ask for an injunction to perhaps close the business or limit the hours or somehow get a remedy for the problems.
Okay.
I think this would be a great opportunity to do that, to build this case, and also in addition to the specific one over on 6th, some of these Class E liquor licensees, to put them on notice tonight that we are going to be watching, and if we see malfeasance and we see problems, we will pursue every opportunity we have to shut you down and to make sure that you're not selling liquor and that you're not doing, that you're responsible for your premises. And if we don't get you one way, we'll get you another way. But we can't have this criminal activity on these premises. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
I did want to add, this has been a get and go, come and go. It has been a liquor convenience store since the 70s, and the area has just progressively gotten worse until our neighborhood association have taken action, starting 15 years ago with copying down license numbers of people driving through the area and getting business, soliciting the business around the area, and writing them a letter and thanking them for visiting our neighborhood. And so we're just tired and we need this taken care of. I agree, I don't want to take away anyone's livelihood, but when people's lifestyle is at stake, that's when it's morally not right. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for coming. I think you've got a council that sympathizes with you, that understands. And I think we've been pretty as proactive as we can be as far as moratoriums, changing some things that are at our disposal. And I think you're hearing again from the council tonight that we're willing to work with you to address these problems. And maybe just one addition to what Brian said that I would add is maybe I think just based on the statutory requirements, I think we'll probably approve these tonight. But if we could have the police, specifically on this location, increase patrols as much as is feasible moving forward.
Could I just suggest one other thing? Because, I wouldn't automatically approve that liquor license tonight for that. I would continue that one and force them to sit down with the neighborhood association before we come back, and just let them hear from the neighbors and understand what the problems are, and spell out what Brian has indicated, that this is no exceptions, you know, you're going to be watched. We're putting you on notice right now from this point forward. Everything's going to be recorded. And if we need to, we'll have you come back before the council and deal with it. I mean, I think as a first step, and I wouldn't say it for just this group, but anytime we have an issue like this, I think that we should not approve the license, the renewal or the request, that they need to sit down, have a discussion with the neighborhood group, understand what the game rules are, that, you know, that it's really going to be monitored, and then allow them. And if they're not willing to sit down with the neighborhoods, I wouldn't pass it. I mean, I think that's just going to be an automatic first step.
I agree with you completely. I might just look at our attorney and just, is that a reasonable step to take?
Council can, thank you, Mayor. Council can decide not to approve this particular license this evening. It does not mean they won't be able to continue to sell alcohol.
Okay.
That can only be revoked by the state. But it at least, hopefully, as council's indicated, will get their attention, get them to the table, and my office will be happy to participate in any talks and any attempts to try to move this forward.
Mr. Mayor, just to add to the comments already made, and we do certainly understand the extent of the problem, and we'll do everything we can. In addition to all that's been said, I think it's something our police department can not only work with the neighborhood, but they can do some investigation and report back to you all the information that they have, and they can be, I think, particularly effective at working with neighbors and the business and trying to rectify this. There's also, and I don't know what avenues are available, but we'll have our zoning staff keep an eye on it as well. And then last but not least, I did want to mention that my staff in the audience has told me that the property in question is owned by Get and Go, not by Come and Go. So that's what the assessor's record shows. But we will, if council continues this, we will do everything we can to work with legal, police, zoning enforcement, anything else we can think of to bring to bear on it.
I just have one more thing. Can we get from staff, can we get a write-up, a memo on what it takes to prove up a business nuisance so that the neighbors know what it takes to prove it up, whether that's a police reports, whether that's eyewitness accounts. Clearly, they've been keeping track at this location. What does it take to prove up a business nuisance so businesses have notice moving forward, and we have notice, and the neighborhoods have notice of what it takes to do that? Can we get that written up, Jeff?
We'll have that written up for you by the next meeting.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
So,
As long as we're addressing liquor license, you know, with these new licenses that are being issued, we've got 4 within 2 blocks of each other, and I think we got just way too many liquor licenses in our city. I don't know what we can do to control that, but maybe we can put a half-mile apart between all of them and zoning and see if there's anything we can do to reduce the number of liquor licenses we got.
I have a question for our attorney, and that is the state changed the code so that bars are now responsible for what goes on in their parking lots and potentially the streets around them. Does that extend to liquor stores?
I think that's tied to the license. Is that right, Jeff?
That would be tied to the license, but they're only responsible, they're not responsible for everything that goes on around them in their establishment. They're responsible for those criminal activities that they knowingly permit or that they engage in themselves. The fact that activity happens in and around a licensed establishment is not in and of itself a violation of the state liquor code and will not result in a revocation or suspension. If, however, they knowingly permit that activity to go on, and that's one of the advantages to pursuing this business nuisance and bringing that to their attention so that they can't claim or feign ignorance at a later point in time, that would be one mechanism that we can certainly utilize.
So I will go ahead and move item number 4 with the exception of V, as in Victor, which is the shop and save at 1829. We'll continue that one until they've had a meeting with neighborhood representatives and legal staff.
Are there other people that want to speak on 4? I don't know if we got through everybody that wants to speak on.
I thought we did.
One number of 4, but.
There was one from the
4.
audience who wanted to speak on 4, but is that kind of included 4B? The individual that wanted to speak on 4B.
3200 Southeast.
I think it was V. V.
It was for
I think it
V.
was B, as in Victor.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, V, sorry.
Okay, so my motion was to move all of 4 with the exception of V, continue that for meetings with neighborhoods and staff.
The report that's going to come back to us on the business nuisance, I hope that we can use some of our staff to turn that kind of report in government talk into some kind of presentation that our staff might be able to go out and educate neighborhood groups. As we come across these, which we have often, it would be great to have a little training on the kinds of things that would be necessary to give the council confidence to declare that a business nuisance. But you know, I agree with everything that's been said. I don't need to re-say it. But if there was a company that I've watched that fits the definition of what I think most people would say is a nuisance, it's this one at 6th and Franklin, and we should put ourselves in a position of doing something about it.
Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll certainly do that, and we'll do our best to write it up in non-government speak, and we'll even run it by the manager's office to make sure it's not all legalese or jargon. And just for clarification on the motion that's in front of council currently, that would be to continue sub-item V, Victor, until the next council meeting, and we'll have a response back to you by then. Thank you.
7 yes.
Okay, that takes us to item 6B, ordering the construction of the following, which is B, Southeast Connector demo and site prep, Southeast 9th Street to Southeast 15th Street, receiving the bids 12/6 of 11, setting the date of hearing 12/19 of 11. Construction estimate is $867,480. Council communication number 11-713. Again, this is about setting the date of hearing. Mr. Moore.
Well, I'm going to take advantage of this on 6B and also talk a little bit about 7A and B, and I think it's the same thing Chris is going to have to say, but 6B begins the process of extending the Southeast Connector to Southeast 14th Street, and then 7A and B are beginning the design process to take it on out to Southeast 30th Street. And I just want to say thanks to staff, to the city manager's office, and to the mayor and the MPO and everybody else that had a hand in coming up with the funding so that we're moving ahead on this. It's going to be a fantastic project when it's done. People all around town are excited about this, and I think that actually in the long run will help spur the agri-emergent park to really start moving ahead. And so that's the reason I just want to take advantage of this being on the agenda tonight, and I will move 6B.
Seven yes.
Item 7, which is the items regarding the Southeast Connector. A is approving the Iowa Department of Transportation IDOT RISE agreement, Council communication number 11-711, and B is approving the professional services agreement with Kirkham Michael and Associates, Inc. for the design services for Southeast 14th to Southeast 30th Street, not to exceed $2,953,706. Council communication number 11-709. Mr. Coleman.
I told Brian I wanted to speak about it, say exactly what Skip did. Just maybe 2 other quick notes of thanks. The DOT, this is particularly a RISE grant, which is a funding program that the state has. This is for $12.7 million coming to the city to help us get the next leg of it done. And that's important. I wanted to recognize Brian, who's continued to make this a top priority in his neighborhood, and I'll let him talk in a second. But I also wanted to give special recognition to Jeb Brewer, our city engineer, who's worked hard to make sure that this is scheduled and done and planned in a real competent way. We're indebted to you for your leadership on this, your whole team, Jeb, so take that back to the office tomorrow for us, but great job. Brian?
Well, you know, I too would like to thank Jeb and the city manager's office and all staff for doing this, but especially thank the mayor for his leadership on this as well. It's an important project. What we're doing tonight sets the table for moving forward from Southeast 9th all the way out to Highway 65. But specifically tonight, we're getting all the way to Southeast 30th with planning and developing that. And that is, of course, under the leadership of the mayor and the city manager. So I appreciate that. And with that, I'll move item 7, are we 7A and B?
Yep.
Seven yes.
Mr. Manager, since it's past 5, I think we're going to go straight to the hearings, and then we'll come back to your quick TIF discussion. Let's note that the hearings are now opening at 5:10. Item 43 is on the vacation and conveyance of the excess right-of-way located at 3136 Southwest 9th Street to Paul A. and Donna J. Stephenson for $5,000. Council Communication Number 11-717. A is the first consideration of the ordinance above, and B is the final consideration of the ordinance above. The waiver is requested by the applicant, and it requires 6 votes. Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this item? Seeing none.
I'll move item 43A and B.
Six yes.
Item 44, on the vacation conveyance of a small segment of the remaining public alley right-of-way located in the block bounded by Vine Water Market in Southwest 2nd Street to the Waterfront Lodging, Inc., and to continue to December 5th, 2011 at 5 o'clock. So this is actually a motion to continue.
I'll move.
Six yes.
Item 45, on the conveyance of 1323 East 25th Court to Derek Huffey for $6,000, 1121 of 11, and approving the residential development agreement, Council Communication Number 11-699. Anyone in the audience to speak on this item, the conveyance on East 25th Court?
Seeing none, I'll move item 45.
Mr. Coleman?
Seven yes.
Item 46, on the recommended denial of a request from Arnold DeWitt to rezone property in the vicinity of 1241 East 38th Street from R160, one-family, low-density residential, to limited C2, general retail and highway-oriented commercial. A is to amend the 2020 Des Moines Community Character Plan to revise the existing future land use designation from low-density residential to commercial, auto-oriented, small-scale strip development. Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this item?
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Michael Ludwig, Planning Administrator. Very quickly, I just wanted to give you an overview. There are some people here to speak on this evening. Right. Very quickly, the subject property is located at the northeast corner of East University Avenue and East 38th Street. The existing storage unit facility is right on the corner, and they're requesting to rezone residential property to the north of that all the way to Mahask Avenue. There's currently R160 to rezone that to a limited C2 zoning. Just for your reference, a couple of site photos of the existing storage facility from the corner of 38th and University, and then looking to the north along the eastern or western edge of that development. This is a site shot just looking to the north as you go up East 38th Street, property on the right, heavily wooded. This is kind of looking at the property subject to rezoning from the very north edge of the existing storage units. Further view of that, of the property. The Plan and Zoning Commission did recommend denial of the rezoning request. It also had more than 20% opposition from adjoining property owners. So this is the consent map, which we'd received. Based on the percentage of opposition and the recommendation of the Plan and Zoning Commission, any approval of the rezoning would require a 6/7 vote of the City Council. It's my understanding the applicant is here this evening and
Mike, what were the red and green marks on the?
we actually had a split vote by the property owners.
Never seen that
A
one.
rare situation. There were 2 owners, and 1 submitted a card in opposition, 1 supported a card in support.
So how do you count that then?
We mark it with both red and green at this point. The question really hasn't come up. They're above the percentage required for opposition, so we've kind of left that one in limbo at this point.
Mike, is that whole area for rezoning? And then you're going to take a setback of 100 feet from Mahaska?
I'll get to that. This was
Okay.
just based on the applicant's initial request for C2 zoning for the entire property.
Okay.
Subsequently, since that Plan and Zoning Commission hearing, that the applicant has, I think, gone to their engineer and proposed a modified rezoning request. What they have requested is to leave the north 100 feet of the property zoned as R160. The lots are about 124 feet wide, and the depth would be 100 feet. Under our zoning ordinance, in the R160 zoning district, there's a 7,500 square foot minimum lot area. At 100 by 124, they'd be at a little over 12,000 square feet per lot. The absolute minimum depth in our subdivision ordinance for a lot is 100 feet. So they would comply with our zoning ordinance for R160 zoning, and they would comply with our subdivision ordinance. I do know that previously there was a discussion about 120 foot of lot depth, and the applicant had indicated that 120 foot would require them to remove an additional 20 to 30 feet of their buildings, which would not work. The 100 foot of lot depth already requires them to reduce the length of some of the buildings that they'd initially proposed. But this is at least what the applicant has agreed to. I believe in your packet or on your table, there was a list of a signed letter of zoning acceptance by the applicant. They were made aware that to even consider, for the council to even consider approval of that, they needed to have any conditions that they were agreeable to in writing prior to the hearing. So we did work them to at least get it in that form. It's really up to the council to decide whether or not that's acceptable to them. But as I indicated, the previous discussion about 120-foot lot depth would not work for the applicant, so they did not agree to sign a letter of zoning acceptance for that requirement.
Mike, could I ask a couple of clarifying questions before you go much further?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go back to your first that showed the layout, not the, just before the pictures of the whole site? Is that the configuration with those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buildings? Is that what was approved originally, or is there an addition? Are those 2 northerly buildings additions to the original site plan?
Yes.
So there has been an adjustment since it was okayed,
The original C2
what, 98 or 99 or something?
Yeah, they did an expansion to add these 2 buildings here, and those 2 buildings on this proposal are right here. So then they would be proposing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional buildings on on a portion of the property to the north. So all except for the north 100 feet of this area that's shaded on this map.
Just a question. One, I'm wondering why the Plan and Zoning Commission maybe didn't get an opportunity to look at this modified plan to see if that was acceptable, or B, whether or not they could have done an addition like what they put on as an add-on to their original site plan to the north and still allowed there to be a little deeper lot. I'm not trying to make a deal here. I'm thinking maybe that I'd like to hear what Plan and Zone has to say, but I'm a little, I feel like we're put in a position to be Plan and Zone here and overrule something that they've asked us not to rule on.
Clearly, the Plan and Zoning Commission did not have this proposal in front of them for consideration. I think that, once again, we had proposed, the applicant had asked for any kind of options of what they could present. They are aware that it does take a 6/7 vote of the council to either overturn the Plan and Zoning Commission, and then regardless of what the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation is, we would, if this went back to the Planning Commission, we would re-notify property owners again of the request. Currently, there's more than 20% opposition from property owners surrounding there. So regardless of the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, it would take a 6/7 vote at this time.
Well, if they reconsidered and that was acceptable, either his modification or some other version thereof, then it wouldn't require 6/7 at this body. And
depends on what
having spent a number of years in your commission, I remember that this body sent a number of these kinds of proposals back to you to say it was a whole different deal than they were asked to look at. Maybe they should reconsider it. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that's an option. Maybe everybody's happy with what we're talking about here tonight, but.
Mike, could you discuss, if it went back to Plan and Zoning, the timeline and the issues? It was my understanding that there was a deadline that was trying to be met to take advantage of tax abatement right now. Is that correct?
I believe that the applicant would like to qualify for all or at least a portion of the buildings under the current tax abatement standards and regulations that are in place. Those expire on December 31st of this year. And so they would need to obtain all their building permits prior to December 31st and then complete construction on any of those buildings prior to December 31st of next year in order to qualify for tax abatement under the current standards. If you referred this back to the Plan and Zoning Commission, I would anticipate, because of the notice requirements and that this would be on the December 15th Plan and Zoning Commission agenda. And then theoretically could be back in front of the council on December 19th. I don't know how far the applicant is in preparing their final site plan and grading plans and building plans to actually pull a building permit. But our standard review for a new submittal would be roughly 2 weeks for a commercial plan submittal. And so they would really need to go ahead and move forward with their design and building plans without knowing whether the zoning is approved in order to have building permits before the end of the year.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I can address that.
Okay, let's see if the council has any other things that we want to get clarified with. Are you done, Mike?
I have a question for Mike. Your original overhead picture, could you go back to that?
Sure.
The current property that he's got storage buildings on, is that in compliance with the original plan?
He has several violations on his existing site. He has had conversations with staff about those. We've given him some options for correcting those, but he's not submitted a revised plan to this at this date.
But we're 12 years down the road and he's in non-compliance.
Yeah, at any point, a property can be in and out of compliance with zoning regulations.
But in that 12 years, has staff or anybody told him he's out of compliance?
I know when there were removals of trees occurring on the area to the north, there were notices and discussions about that. Regarding the commercial existing units to the south, I'm not aware of any notification.
And those added 2 buildings, they were within this C2 zoning that was originally approved?
That is correct.
A question. Mike, can you talk a little bit more about the tax abatement? And because I understand that that's a concern, wanting to meet the deadline of this calendar year. But if they were to go into next year, the tax abatement, explain the differences? Is it the design standards? Is it the?
Yeah, I think that's the primary concern, at least from my conversations with the applicant, is on your next agenda, December 5th, you will be considering the proposed guidelines for future commercial tax abatement that would apply after December 31st of this year. And I know in particular there was one criteria that is currently in draft form, which would require commercial development to put sidewalk in along its perimeters. I know they've expressed some concern about grades, et cetera, on this property of getting a sidewalk on the property. And at this point, the guidelines haven't been finalized, but after my conversations with them, I have spoken to the staff that are working on those guidelines, and at least something that should be considered, I think, for on December 5th is some wording that says there has to be a determination made by either city engineer or city staff that, you know, it's feasible to actually install a sidewalk. We have had not just this property, but for example, some properties along Fleur where some very expensive retaining walls would be required to actually construct the sidewalk, and those requests have repeatedly been waived either by the Planning Commission or past councils in certain situations. So I think it's a matter of how the wording is crafted on those guidelines, but I do know that was one of their concerns with the new guidelines.
Any other questions that we could get clarified? Then I think we had a speaker, somebody asking to...
I'd like to make a comment, if I could, before this. First off, I want to thank Skip for his efforts in meeting with the neighborhood and also with the developer and trying to mediate between the two organizations. And he was able to accomplish to get the extension of 20 feet on the setback so that they could still maintain R6 up along the Mahaska Street. And with the size of the lots, those are good-sized lots up there. Where I think he said 12,400 feet. And I think that the efforts to, this could be a win-win situation. I think we could add to our tax base by allowing this to go forward, and also the neighborhood to be hopefully satisfied with the residents that lots that could be developed up there. So there's in their plan, they did propose working toward additional C2 zoning along the East University. And I think that the extension of this should be considered East University. They're not changing the drive or other aspects of this existing. So, and I want to again mention that Skip's efforts has helped mediate some of this. So I appreciate that, and that's all I have to comment on, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, there were some statements to be made. Anybody in the audience have some issues here? Please.
No, I'm the applicant.
Yeah, come ahead. Please.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Arnie DeWitt, and I currently live in Pleasant Hill. My wife and I own East University Self-Storage. That's the buildings you see there on the map right now. And I do again want to thank Skip Moore for his efforts to try and resolve some of the issues that we've had during this process. I know one of the things is that it's important for the community to have R1 residential. That's what their action plan is for the community. And so when we lost at the planning and zoning meeting, and we had to come down to the council and get 6-7 votes, well, we had a meeting to see if there was a way that my project and the Grays Woods Neighborhood Association could get together and come and find some common ground where we could agree. And that was some of the efforts of Marty Mock, Skip, and some others, and some other local business people. And so we did that. We had that meeting. It went really pretty good. Also, Karen Schutman was there, too, as well. And we waited then for Skip to get back to us, or someone to get back to myself, so that we could see if they did come to some kind of an agreement where we could resolve the issues. And Skip called, or Bob Maheffey called, and we met at his office, Skip and Bob Maheffey and myself, and determined that if I could take 120 feet and give that back to stay as R1, and so that could be developed as housing, then the people who were opposed would agree to allow me to have the zoning change. And the only problem that I had is that I didn't realize that it had to be exactly 120 feet. So when I went and met with Mike at Planning and Zoning, Mike Ludwig, we talked about what the requirements would be for the lots. And so for me, we decided that 100 feet I could actually give up. I'd have to reduce the size of my buildings. And the thing for us is we would do this in 2 phases. We would build 3 buildings first, 2 to 3 buildings the first phase, and then the balance of the buildings as needed in the second phase. But in order for me to give that 100 feet, I have to reduce the size of my buildings 15 feet, which I would be willing to do. And just so you understand that it's a investment, a cost reward, risk reward. Because if I'm going to build something and take the risk, especially in this economic environment that we have today, I have to have some kind of insurance to my banker and to ourselves that we're going to have a reasonable return on our investment and that we can be sustainable and we can pay the tax and the other issues that come along with property. In order for me to do that, we would be giving up, just a minute here. We'd be giving up $2,560 a month in income, which results in $30,720 a year. Now, we're willing to do that. We're willing to give that up and go ahead with the 100 feet. If I have to go to another 20 feet, it's another $37,728. So we'd have to give up potential income of $68,000 a year. And for us, my wife and I, we're just a small little company, and it's a huge amount of money for us to do that. So it's impossible for us to do that. But we would be willing to do the 100-foot lots and keep it R1. And also, Mr. Mayor, I would also be willing to go back to zoning with this plan and try to work it through that angle as well. I mean, if that can work out, my wife and I would be in favor of that.
But that's one of the things, Arnie, that we don't have time to do that.
Now, I understand we're talking about the abatement. And that is a huge aspect for us as well. The abatement started us out in 1998 for us to be able to build the buildings that we have, and we could not have done that without that tax abatement. Right now, currently, we pay $50,000 a year in property tax to the city of Des Moines. We also collect $12,000 a year in sales tax revenue. So we pay back a lot of money to the city, and it's sustainable. We pay it every year, and we're an ongoing business, and we want to grow our business, and we want to add to the tax base in the city of Des Moines. So given that, we're anxious to grow. We have the knowledge, we have the financial backing from the bankers, and we have all the expertise. So what we're needing is the zoning change, and we'd be willing to wait on the new rules or whatever they're called for the tax abatement design development rules, and if we can qualify with that, then that's so be it. So.
All right. I hope you'll be available if anybody has any other questions. Anybody have any right now, by the way? All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm on that list too, on just north of his property, but it's all white. I'm in agree with them to put it in there because it'd be good for the taxes.
Your name again, sir?
Murray, Mark Murray.
Mark. Spell last name?
Straight north, M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Okay.
There's 2 lots straight north on Mahaska, East 38th and Mahaska.
That's his lots right there.
But they're in white, but I work a lot of hours, so it's hard for me to get,
I agree.
There you go. But I think it'd be good, I mean, it's better than not getting nothing for just, it's kind of nasty old piece of ground.
Okay, and you live up there on those lots?
Yeah, it's my ground. I don't live there, no.
Okay.
I had a house there, but it's too bad.
Okay.
It was just bad, and if I sold it to somebody else, it would have been bad, you know, so I tore it down.
Okay.
And then I got 2 lots, but
Mike, what's your address?
up there or where I live,
Wherever.
1305 East 38th, or 1601 East 35th, I don't know, whatever one you want. I don't do
Where are you
this,
going
man,
to?
I'm nervous.
Do you have dinner at East 35th or?
Yeah, you want to come?
Okay.
My wife's a good cook.
If we get done tonight, we'll be over. All right, I appreciate your comments. Anybody else out there? I'd ask again that anybody from the neighborhoods or businesses or anything that wants to say something, we'd ask you all to come over here and kind of get ready to, so we get a sense. All right.
Mayor Cownie, council members, and City Manager Clark. My name is Karen Schupman. I live at 3804 Indianapolis Avenue. I'm chair of Grays Woods Neighborhood Association. I was born and raised in Grays Woods, and I live approximately 2 blocks from the proposed site for development. I have intimate knowledge of the neighborhood and proposed development. On June of 2011, was the first time Grays Woods heard about the proposed zoning of the property in the vicinity of 1241 East 38th Street. Since then, our board has met with Mr. DeWitt 3 times, and we've attended 2 plan and zoning meetings. On June 14th, the Grays Woods board met with Mr. DeWitt, and we voted to oppose the original plan to rezone the property in the vicinity of East 38th Street and Mahaska from R160 residential to M1 light industrial. On August 19th, 2011, Mr. DeWitt's request for zoning was changed from M1 light industrial to C2 commercial. On October 15th, the Grays Woods board voted to support a compromise plan that Councilman Moore and the city staff designed. We voted for the compromise because we knew there was a stalemate here. We were going nowhere on both sides. We voted for the compromise plan, although we had reservations about the encroachment of commercial into a residential neighborhood, which our neighborhood plan opposes. This compromise plan does address some of the issues that our neighborhood plan recognizes. It recognizes that we have large lots in the southwestern quadrant of our neighborhood. This plan would also keep a residential buffer on Mahaska Avenue and 120 feet along East 38th Street, in line with other properties in the area. The compromise plan also calls for abandonment of an easement owned by Mr. DeWitt that runs across Robert Anderson's property. And this, to us, seemed very important. Tonight we hear Mr. DeWitt has come up with his own compromise plan after hearing of the compromise plan approved by the neighborhood board. He proposes lots to be 100 feet. This is significantly smaller than the plan designed by Councilman Moore and the city staff at 120 feet. Mr. DeWitt has not approached Grays Woods with this newest compromise plan. I cannot speak for the entire Grays Woods board, but however, speaking for myself, I cannot support the compromise plan at 120-foot lots. This has been a long, arduous process with Mr. DeWitt. He has taken away from our other neighborhood issues. Grays Woods learned about the project 5 months ago. He has been working on the project for 7 years, since 2004. Mr. DeWitt has threatened the Andersons. He has harassed people in the neighborhood by not accepting a reply of no when he asked residents for support of his plan. He has upset business owners along East University by saying if he cannot expand, they cannot expand their businesses. That is not true. They can expand their businesses as long as it is according to the neighborhood plan. Mr. DeWitt has insinuated that I'm a liar. For years, I've received numerous complaints from residents about the weeds on the street right-of-way north of his driveway to the property line at 1241 East 38th Street. So for that request of the residents, I called the weed commissioner. This continued year after year. You think he would get the hint that he's supposed to keep his weeds down on the parking. But shortly after that, in a matter of days, the weeds were cut, and you know, it just takes a reminder every year for him to do this process. He said at the Plan and Zoning hearing on September 15th that this was not his property. Let's see, we'll turn it this way. So I'm not confused about the property line that prior to 2011, which we're talking about right here. But I know that Mr. DeWitt purchased that property this year. In conclusion, I would just like this to come to an end this evening. We encourage you, the council, to support the recommendation of Plan and Zoning to deny Mr. DeWitt the request to rezone the property in the vicinity of East 38th and Mahaska.
Thank you.
I have a question for Karen while she's up there.
Please.
First of all, you made a statement that you couldn't support the plan at 120 feet. Did you mean?
Oh, I didn't mean that, at 100 feet,
Okay.
sorry.
Number two, your first neighborhood meeting with Mr. DeWitt was held in a neighborhood garage.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And I was in attendance at it.
Yeah.
Do you recall Mr. DeWitt saying that he couldn't sell the property at the current size, so he needed to expand so he'd be able to put it on the market and sell it?
Yes, he did say that.
Thank you.
Marlon Mormon, 3320 Kinsey. I'm a board member of Grayswoods Neighborhood Association, vice president of Northeast Neighbors, Inc. Our president of Northeast Neighbors suffered a loss of a close friend and is not available. Northeast Neighbors, Inc. opposes this change in zoning. This is a residential area. We traditionally do not build storage units in residential areas. It's been zoned residential for a long time, and the Neighborhood Association has spent 15 years cleaning this place up, and we didn't clean it up so it could get turned into a storage unit facility. It is meant for residential buildings. Across the street to the west, there are 3 new houses. Now, as for this change, we did make an offer for 120-foot lots on the north side, and I come in tonight and find out that there's been a counter-proposal to 100-foot lots. This is the first time I heard of it. This is absolutely the first time. I have no idea what else goes along with that change to 100 feet. But I didn't get a chance to look at it. I can't speak for anybody but myself. How can we analyze this when we walk in and we get blindsided with this? We don't know what's in this plan. We oppose. And as on behalf of Northeast Neighbors, I have to oppose because we've voted against it in the past. On behalf of Grayswoods Neighborhood Association, as a board member, as a resident of Grayswoods, I oppose. That's all I have. Thank you.
My name is Donald J. Reeves. I lived at 1224 East 38th Street in 1946. In 1947, my dad built a home to the north. And what I want to talk about is the fact that I know the city founding fathers had in mind for that to be residential because it's documented. The street sweeps are in there, and they were hooked on to the original sewer. That was definitely supposed to be residential. You can look that up. And there's been one other change. I would like to talk specifically about right here.
Donald, excuse me a minute. Mike, could we get the city's map for that up there? This isn't correct.
This is pretty good. I'm going to put this up there.
Well, but there's some that are a little different on there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last time there was a vote on it, a few months ago, this property right here with the hash marks was half mine and half my brother's. We had a discussion about this and the possibilities of whatever could go on, and my brother decided he didn't want to be a player anymore. And this right here says he gave me back my half of the acre at East 38th and Mahaska, and if I was to vote solely on my own, I would vote no, we don't want that. Not because we don't like Mr. Arnold, Mr. DeWitt. We have no problem with him, but I have paid taxes on this since 1967, on one acre or the other. For the last 15 years after purchasing 135, I paid all the taxes, and I think it was the intention of the founding fathers and this board years ago to have that residential. The street sweeps are in, it's been blacktop, there's a manhole 14 feet down the top of the hill. And that was all done for future. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Bowden. I also live in Griess neighborhood, just a couple blocks from here. And I don't have much to say. You don't even have to time me. I just want to show that I echo what the people before me have said who are in opposition to this plan. Thank you.
I'm Robert Anderson. My wife and I own the property just to the east of where he wants to build. Arnie has been doing things to the property, such as removing the trees. He's made a wasteland out of the property right now. There's dirt, sand, stuff that doesn't even grow grass because he's torn it up so bad. He called us one day and asked us if we wanted trees in our property to replace some of the ones that he had taken out behind our house. And we didn't even have a choice in the trees. I called him back, said we don't want them. And when he did come over, he finally talked me into planting the 4 trees. And then he came back like 3 days later and wanted to know if I changed my mind on voting on his property. I didn't change my mind. I was still set on not going with it. And he said, well, if I don't get this property, I'm going to have to build a house there and use the easement and cut down the 3 trees that are there. And he even said that at the P&Z meeting that we were at that same night. He just has no regard for the trees, for the nature. I mean, this is all supposed to be residential, and he's going to turn it into basically a building parking lot. Thank you.
So you're against?
Yes, I am against it.
Okay.
Mayor, members of City Council, Marty Mock, 2701 Arthur. This came originally Northeast Neighbors right when it started going through Plan and Zoning Commission, and since we've had a vote, they asked me to go ahead and stay on and working with this neighborhood as a result of through the whole process, and that's why I've been involved in it along with both Mr. Moore and Mr. Maheffey. The problem that we face here is one of 2 characters, 2 natures here. One is the aspect of the validity of neighborhood plans. And this is a large encompassing question that not only has to deal with this particular property, but other similar situations. The whole aspect of what are buffer zones between residential and commercial. Why do we need to have those buffer zones? What happens when you have, for example, on University, which is declared a commercial zone, and you get 1 block away, you declare that a residential area. And if you keep changing that, how does it go into a neighborhood and start infringing upon the residential nature of the neighborhood? Mr. Maheffey is right. That area on University is deemed to be commercial. But how far do we consider going to the north on that and keep claiming it to be commercial and keep saying that's the intention? Because we don't have that kind of a buffer. This illustrates also the problem that we face because of the very nature of commercialism and commercial properties as it relates to residential properties. One is for the profit, and the other one is for the betterment of the individuals living on those things, residential. And we have this a classic situation. That being said, we have a very unique situation with this particular one because of concerns that we've had about the applicant and the nature of noncompliance with many different areas. They've been alluded to, but I will go down the number of them that's been discussed not only here, but at the Plan and Zoning Commission. Number one, he's done grading without appropriate permits. For a number of years, he's done grading without appropriate permits. There's actually in staff, and I've got it filed here to present it if necessary, I've got a letter that was submitted to him that he have to cease and desist order to do the grading. And so that kind of grading has gone on. Secondly, not only was the grading going on, but the topsoil and the soil is being used for payment of that grading, because he admitted during the Plan and Zoning Commission that all the soil that it was being used that he needed to get rid of, it was paid off to the grader in order that he'd go ahead and get the grading for free. He's destroyed numerous trees on the site without any kind of proper plans for the site, and even has questioned whether or not he had ownership to be able to do and destroy those. Through the years of grading, the loss of vegetation, he's left an eyesore for the neighborhood, and it's been an erosion nightmare, again, being proved by staff letters that I have here in file. At his existing facility, he's failed to put in a sidewalk, which was part of the original plan. And he said publicly he has no intention of ever putting a sidewalk there, even though it's part of the plan. Also, neighbors have had to contact the county in regard to weed issues. There's been a situation where he's had outside storage when this has clearly been only for inside storage. What we have is a nightmare of compliance issues that we have a problem with. To continue to go back to Plan and Zoning and back here in agreement with this brings us to a problematic issue. What here is, he is concerned about that property and that property only. He's concerned about his profit. Not surprising for a businessman, but it comes in total conflict with the residents in a residential area. And so what we have here is even the compromise, which, man, that was a hard thing to get passed through, that compromise was, because the neighborhood did not want it. But they finally said, okay, if we can get the buffer of three of those properties, three of those properties up to the north of 120 feet, that's going to provide an adequate buffer. We can keep that commercial thing and stop it right there. And Mr. Moore went and he got even people that have got very solid reds there to agree to that compromise. Mr. DeWitt says, no, I can't do that because he's losing profits. No, that's not true. He's losing potential profit. He's losing potential profit. I called today a couple of the other storage areas, asked how full their areas are, how much they have in maximum storage, and how often is 100% maxed out. They laughed at me. They don't have that kind of a problem. So the only thing that he's losing is potential, not the reality of the profit that's there. The 120 feet is very doable. It was a long step for the neighborhood association neighbors, those people who did red. And I believe that if he's willing to go to 120 feet, go for it. But he can't keep compromising back and forth and doing this. It does have to stop. And so along with the rest of my suggest that you vote no to the proposal as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Anyone else? Looks like maybe we have one more speaker.
I don't love to speak, but my name is Griess DeWitt. I'm owner of East University Self-Storage. And I kind of sat through planning and zoning, and kind of the same thing happened. In 12 years, we have never had anybody contact us about any violations on our property. I think the things that they talked about with the grading was one of our excavation people didn't get a permit. I'm not privy to all that because I'm a girl, and so I don't care about a lot of that stuff. But I think one thing that I just have to say is the people that have spoken have kind of torn my husband down, and I just want to say that my husband is a man of integrity and honesty. And I know when he got the trees for Bob, he felt bad because he looked and he said, I didn't realize that he lost a lot of shade when we took a tree down. We couldn't go back. When Bob called me, he said, well, these trees are here. And I said, yeah, I think Arnie talked to your wife and they're there and he wanted you to have those. Well, I don't know. I think this looks like a bribe. And I said, Bob, it's not a bribe. I said, Arnie felt bad. Arnie called Bob, they talked, and Bob said, okay, I'll keep them. And Arnie and he went up and planted them, had a good day. At one point he said, you know, I think I'm going to go with you, Arnie. And then I think as the Grace Woods Neighborhood Association went around and talked to all of the neighbors, I don't know where this thing goes or how it works. Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. We had several of our neighbors over here. These people are most directly affected by us because this is where our drive is. These people have signed the petition that they are fully 100%. This is like over, well, it's at least 70, 75% of our direct neighbors are 100% for us. It said fully, and we have the petition with us. We have, through 12 years, have never had a complaint. We had the weed commissioner send us a letter. We took care of it. The one guy came this year to mow, and he kind of went and looked like this. And I said, I don't know. They said we had weeds, and I said, I don't know if they're looking out at that. That's crown vetch. And I called the weed commissioner. I said, is crown vetch a weed? No, it's ground cover, which we knew because we spent a lot of money on it. Anyway, I think we didn't get through some of the things. Our project, right now, we produce, give the city $50,000 a year. We collect $12,000 in sales tax. Just our stormwater fees in general, we pay $3,100 a year. This project would produce immediate jobs: grading, concrete, purchase the buildings and other materials, construction crews, electricians, plumbers, landscapers, architects, surveyors, fencing, security. The city has been our partner. Last year, you got $48,000, we made $40,000. Our taxes just increased another $1,700 a year. The city has to cut $7 million from your budget. State Fair across the street just sold 5 acres, takes it off of the tax rolls. City needs to increase revenue. We are a way to increase your revenue. The project up above will produce probably at least $40,000 to $50,000 in sales tax or in property tax. Probably at least the $12,000 in sales tax. Just a fee to get a permit to hook onto the water is $7,400 to the city. The land we purchased, when we purchased it, basically it's never had housing on it other than the corner lot, the west lot. When we purchased the other 3 lots, they were absolutely worthless. There was no water, no sewer, there still isn't. It's totally sand. When one of the fellows mentioned that we sold the topsoil, we did not sell the topsoil. They wanted it for the sand because they used it for backfills for basements. Can I have one more minute? Bob Maheffey, when he was on the planning and zoning 12 years ago, there was a little bit of opposition to it, and he said, this is the perfect use for this property. And we think that this is the perfect use still for this property. Arnie has given you the figures. We can't go broke on it. We know he's penciled everything. He's done a great job in understanding what it takes for a business to run and be successful. With our property, we've never gotten anything praise for how we look, how we keep our property up. All of the complaints about it looks like a mess and a sandy mess, we know that more than anybody. That's why we want to complete this project. And I think we have compromised, and I know when Skip and Bob met, because I said, no, does it have to be exactly 120? I said, Arnie Swall talked to the guy at the city about that. That's how it got to this, and he met with Skip the other night, and Skip said, no, absolutely not. So that's where we are today. And we would love to do this project. We think those 4 lots going across there will probably, not in our lifetime, have a home on them. The one that Don came up, he's had that property for, I don't know, however many years and has never tried to develop it. Behind us is vacant property, and it's vacant all the way to East 37th, or East 30, whatever it is that way, because the fellow lives up at the top of that, so it's all vacant all around us. So.
Could we have you wind it up here?
Yeah, so thank you.
You know, if you have a petition to support this, you need to turn it in over here.
If I do what?
If you have oh, it is in there? With their support?
Yeah.
With their signature? Does it support this map?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did color mark in that came up and talked, but he said he was trying to get into out of town, and he didn't make it in, so his signature's on, but we agreed him, so. Who do I turn this into?
Right there.
Give it to Mr. Coleman, and he'll give us a motion.
Thank you. That's why I said they.
Going to move to receive and file, Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Oh, you want me to move it?
Yeah.
I'll move to receive and file.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Items received. Thank you. All right, if there's no one else, we'll go ahead and close the hearing and I guess open it up for discussion amongst the council members. And while we usually start over here, why don't we start over here tonight?
I guess I'm going to defer to these guys because I think they've got some interest in this one.
I want to touch on the compromise that I came up with at 120 feet. I did that because whenever I'd talk to Arnie or hear from Arnie, there was no compromise. He had to have his project the way it was. However, he was willing to leave a 50-foot buffer at the north end. So I went and met with Mike Ludwig and said, what could we do with this so we could keep that residential up there? And Mike pointed out that the lots west of 38th Street are 125 feet north to south. He says it makes sense. Let's go 120 feet across there. We figured out the footage. Mike helped draw a map on it, and what I did then is I systematically went to everybody who was opposed to Arnie's plan and got their approval on it, even though they had reservations. Even down to Mr. Anderson had reservations, but he said if the neighborhood agreed to it, he'd agree to it. The only one that I couldn't get to respond are the people that live right here, Mrs. Hastings, and last I heard she was still opposed to this. And I have heard that the people that own this property here have changed. They're opposed to it now. So anyway, after I got all the approvals, I asked Bob to set up a meeting with Arnie. Arnie took a look at it. He says, I'll go meet with staff and see what I can do. When Arnie and I met last week, and what I told Arnie was, this proposal that I took to everybody was 120 feet. That's what they expected, even though they had reservations, and that I couldn't go back on my word. There was no offer from Arnie to, let's get another extension, let's go talk to him about the 100 feet, nothing. He just said, I'm very disappointed, and stood up and left. And I will say that he showed me the letter of agreement that Ludwig had given him, which would include sidewalks, and he said that he thought that I would support no sidewalks in that area, that we would delete that from it. But this whole thing has been going on way too long. Every meeting I've been to, the reason for all this and for all that has changed at every single meeting. But the most telling story is the fact that he had coerced Bob Anderson on this and said, if you do not approve my project, I'm going to enforce the easement across your property and cut down the trees. He made that statement at P&Z was going to cut down the trees. And at the first P&Z meeting, the very last statement that Arnie made was, it's my property after all, I can do with it what I want. Well, no, you cannot do with your property what you want. That's why we're going through this. Now, what I'd like to do at this point is if Jeb Brewer could come up here to the podium. Mike, do you have that overhead view again?
This right here?
No, the other one, the overhead, the assessor site. Jeb, I apologize if I got it wrong, but does Ross Stafford work for you?
Yeah, he does. He works in permit development.
Did he issue a permit here for grading?
I don't know. Do you know, Mike?
Again, the grading was in violation on that site, and they've been working through resolving those issues. I believe that there was a grading permit issued after several of the trees had been removed on the site. I don't believe he's in full compliance with that grading permit today.
Do you know when the grading permit was issued?
I don't have that date.
Isn't it correct that it was in 2004?
I can't speak to that.
Did we have to issue a cease and desist order?
I believe when he was grading without permit, yes.
Would have been in 2010. And he continued to grade that whole time. What does it take to excavate and move spoil somewhere else? Do you have to have an excavation permit?
On his property, he has to have a grading permit, whether they haul soil off the property. We have numerous grading sites that are just under a grading permit, I believe.
They were just under a grading permit. Did he ever file his final grading report?
That's one of the missing or remaining items that has to be completed.
Has anybody assessed that site currently to see if he met his grading plan?
Once again, I know he's had several conversations with Ross and that he's trying to work to get that into compliance, but I don't have the current status of that.
Thank you.
Bob?
Well, I still feel that the 100 feet is adequate, and I think that with the size of lots of 12,400 feet or whatever is more than needed for a buffer, and also you can have a pretty good sized house on that property, and I think the reduction of the size of buildings and that so that you could have that 100-foot setback is an effort on Arnie's part to be compatible and work with the neighborhood. And I think that the aspect of us mediating this to the point where we can increase our tax properties for our city and to go forward and allow enough space there for residents to be in compliance with their master plan, and with the idea that they promoted C2 along University, and this, I think, should be just an extension. You're not adding another drive. You're using an existing drive, and the end effort of what he has there now and what you saw there in his picture and how much better it looks now than what it did years ago, I think that this should be a positive, and it has had a positive effect on the Grayswood area, and I think we need to go forward with this. And contrary to what the Plan and Zoning had proposed, I think we ought to go ahead and move forward. And where they proposed a denial, I think we ought to approve it.
Any other comments? Before we listen to a motion, Mr. DeWitt, I just want to clarify, you would be willing to resubmit some of your changes back to the plan and zoning. We've heard a whole lot of stuff. I've heard neighbors somewhat concerned that they were unaware of exactly what this proposal was. And so I guess they're basing their opinion on what they heard from before, not knowing exactly what it is that we're voting on here tonight. I'm a little concerned that maybe we haven't ironed out all the details. Maybe we can go ahead and vote as Bob has done, but it might.
I would be more than happy to go back to the planning and zoning with the revised plan. And my wife and I know it sounds like we were these horrible people that have made all of these violations, but in honesty.
You want to step to the podium and let's put it on record. I appreciate your willingness to comment.
In all honesty, we are totally unaware of any violations to this degree. I mean, okay, I have gotten some letters from the weed commissioner, and my wife and I were down to the Polk County building today to find out if we've ever been assessed for any mowing that's been done by the weed commissioner. There's been absolutely zero. We've tried to maintain the property, but it's all sand. I mean, there's 60 to 80 feet of sand. It is difficult to grow anything on it. And so we would like to develop it. We would like to make it look good. That's what it used to look like. That's East University Avenue. They didn't even have any street paving. That's what it looks like today. We've been there 12 years, and we do everything we can to maintain this. And again, I'm wanting to work with the Grays Woods Neighborhood Association, and I restate about the efforts that Skip Moore has done to try and bring us together as a group. It's very difficult for us to give up sizes of the buildings. We have to have revenue. We have to generate revenue, and when we shrink the project and it limits us the ability to do that, it makes the risk higher and it's harder to do business. Our facility right now is 100% full. We have nothing else to rent. I can't speak for other self-storage facilities. I don't know how they operate their business. I don't know where their locations are. I don't know what kind of people they hire. But we are 100% full, and we have nothing to rent. And we have people that we turn away almost weekly. So for us, as a small business, we need to grow. We need to expand. There's other costs that keep coming up. We're going to have to replace roofs and drives, and taxes are going to continue to increase. So we have to, as a company, grow. And this is part of our growing process. Yes, we've been trying to do this for the last 7 years because we purchased property that had no value other than for us because it has no sewer, it has no water. You can't develop it under the conditions that the property is now. But we don't need sewer or water. All we need, in fact, the sand makes it good for us to develop the property because we have pads that sit right on the ground. And there's no heaving in the wintertime. So it's an excellent place for us to build this type of facility. And again, I just want to say that we'd be willing to go back to planning and zoning to resubmit this plan. The 100 feet, though, it's just not an option for me to go 120. We've looked at it. We did the numbers. It's just not feasible. And we think that the 100 feet actually meets the criteria of what the neighborhoods would like to have to keep that residential, and also let us have a project that can be profitable and self-sustaining.
Mr. DeWitt, could you address the issues that have been raised regarding the grading?
The grading issue is what happened to us was in 2004, we were developing the last two small little buildings that sit at the back of the property there.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think we know what they were.
Okay, good. And so like when you go and you build a house, if you've ever been around any construction areas,
These two here.
Yes, those two right there, yes. When we developed that, that was a hill that came back to the back of this property right here. The hill came to that, about 8 feet from the back of that building. Well, there's a drive there, but there wasn't any drive. There's a drive there now. So we had to excavate from there 70 feet back. And whenever you build a house and you watch somebody dig the basement, they take the dirt and they set it out on the outside of the property. Well, that's exactly what we did. We set it up on the back hill of the property that we own, and then we had it hauled away. Now, it took us longer to haul it away than it might in a typical house production. But we had, there's 300 feet from the east to the west, plus all of that. So all of that soil was out on the back. And then we worked out a deal, because I couldn't pay to have it hauled away. I mean, I just can't pay that much to have dirt hauled away. It's $60 a load. So we worked out a deal with Elder Corporation. He was to provide the permits. He was to do the final, whatever was done, needed to be done on when it's ending, whatever you talked about. And we got rid of all of the dirt that was sitting there. And so I am in non-compliance with some grading thing. I've talked to Ross Stofford on many occasions. He knows that we're going to address it, and he's waiting for this process to complete so that we can go ahead and get a new grading permit, and we can go in there and do the right thing for that piece of property. If that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, well.
All right, does anybody have a motion that they'd like to float, or some more ideas?
Well, I think Bob's kind of made the motion already. I guess I just wanted to throw in a couple quick comments. I'm not sure how we got to 120 feet, other than the neighbor's house is 125 feet deep. And it seems to me that if he would have agreed to 120, then, I mean, just based on the comments, my impression is that the requirement from the neighborhood would have been 121 feet. I mean, that's the impression I got, is that we're not very happy with Arnie DeWitt. We don't like Arnie DeWitt. And if our goal was to drag a citizen through the mud at the council table, I think we successfully managed to do that. I don't know the DeWitts personally. I met them once. I went out to their property. But I hope someone doesn't call the weed commissioner on me, regardless of whether I have weeds or not, and then I'm not allowed to put an addition on my house because there's been complaints in the past. I was just kind of surprised by the discourse that took place tonight. I would be comfortable referring it back to planning and zoning to review, if that ends up being the motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to add to that, and Halley, I agree with your comments. I think it was the discussion that occurred tonight at the council table was more than what we needed to have. I am not confident, though, that it's going to pass. And I just want to make sure that we have all of the discussion out there so we understand what the options are. If it does, we need a 6/7 vote tonight. If it does not pass, that means that it that it cannot come back to this council for a year. Is that correct, Mr. Counsel, legal counsel?
Yes, Councilmember Hensley, that's what our ordinance states.
Okay.
The exact same plan cannot come back for a year. As I had quite a bit of conversation on this item this afternoon with my staff. One of the things that was explained to me is that because of due process requirements and also requirements under the state zoning code, that has been interpreted in the past that if a plan is modified, however, for rezoning, if has a substantive change, that it can in fact come back to council, and also not to confuse the issue or to try to move council in one direction or the other. But the roll call that's been submitted to council this evening is to support the Plan Commission and deny the rezoning. If council would like to actually do a rezoning, then I believe the best mechanism would be to have the hearing reopened, and you'd need to direct staff to bring back an ordinance to actually do the rezoning. You don't have an ordinance in front of you. What you have is a roll call to deny the rezoning per the action of the
So
Plan and
based
Zoning
on the
Commission.
conversation that we've had at the podium, the quickest way to move it forward would be to refer it back to P&Z where we've got changes. You'd go through the noticing process, and then it would be back at this council table probably in January.
Let me just answer that by saying probably.
Could I have Mike clarify? Mike, did you say we could possibly get this back by December?
And I think that's a fair statement, and I think the question was then just, would the applicant be able to get what they need to have done with their consultant?
I think the earliest it could go to the Plan and Zoning Commission would be December 15th. I think the applicant had indicated that pulling permits by the end of the year wasn't the absolute for them, so we could either try and have it, if the Planning Commission made a recommendation on the 15th of December, we could try and have it back on the council agenda on the 19th of December or the first meeting of January.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
All I was going to say, Your Honor, was that I'm not sure if it would be the quickest way. It would probably be the cleanest mechanism.
To refer it back.
Correct.
Okay. We've got a lot of information.
Mr. Maheffey.
Well, listening to our legal counsel, it looks like we no way can pass this tonight, so I guess the only thing we can do if we wanted to retry this through Plan and Zoning is to refer it back to Plan and Zoning. So under this condition, I'd make the motion.
Mr. Coleman?
7 yes.
All right. It's clear what happened here? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Item 47, items regarding property at 5300 Franklin Avenue, Franklin Field Senior Apartments, LLLP. John Morrow's the agent. A, to amend the Des Moines 2020 Community Character Plan and the Waveland Park Neighborhood Plan to revise the existing future land use designation from park open space to high-density residential. B, hearing on the rezoning of the property from R160, one-family low-density residential, to PUD, planned unit development. And C, its first consideration of the ordinance above. Is there anyone here to speak on this? We have heard this presentation on a number of occasions, but is there anyone here to speak this evening? Seeing none?
I would be happy to make a motion unless anyone has anything to say. I still think this is a good project, and I'd like to see it move forward. Item 47, A, B, and C.
Seven yes.
Item 48, items regarding property in the vicinity of Southeast 8th and Indianola Avenue, Southern Meadows Apartments. A, to amend the Des Moines 2020 Community Character Plan to revise the existing future land use designation from low-density residential to low-medium-density residential. And B, is a hearing on the rezoning of the property from limited R2 multifamily residential and R160 low-density single-family residential to PUD planned unit development. And C would be the first consideration of this ordinance. Is there anybody here to speak on this item? Okay.
I do have a question for staff. I do think it's very important. This is a great project. I am concerned about one thing, that if this gets rezoned, Rick, we did the same thing with Melbourne Apartments when it was going to become a senior housing units, and it was sort of a bait and switch. After that project fell through, it was already rezoned, so they went ahead and put Melbourne Apartments there. The question I have is, if this is rezoned, I know it's going to be rezoned to a planned unit development, can I limit the zoning to this particular project, and if this project does not go through, can it revert back to the previous zoning? That's the question.
Mr. Meyer, I may try, and then perhaps the city attorney would want to chime in, but we own this property, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we own the property, which means that you can really, because of your ownership, you can attach conditions to the sale of it that would stipulate what you just said, if that's your desire. But my basic point is, this is different than a situation where you're zoning privately owned property, where your control is essentially through zoning. By virtue of the fact that you own the property, you can go a bit further down the road in terms of putting stipulations on not only the zoning, but in terms of what the property is used for, the design of the building, the type of occupancy, and so forth. So that would be my answer, and perhaps Jeff would want to add to or subtract to that.
I think that's
Well, then my motion would be to move 48A, B, and C with the caveat that if this particular project, as a Rose project, IFA project does not go through, and we're not able to make this work, that it comes back to council for rezoning back to its previous use.
Okay.
So I'll move 48 A, B, and C with it. That is what,
Mike.
If I may suggest, Michael Ludwig, Planning Administrator, the current zoning is R3, and so
we're
that would
downgrading
allow
zoning?
multifamily. So
Okay.
you may want to say that it could be considered by council rather than require it to come back for rezoning to R3. R3 would allow multifamily of any type on the property currently.
Okay. But I know that.
Okay.
With what we have now, is any of this currently the two buildings that are in the front that are commercially zoned?
The entire property right now, I believe, is zoned R3. I think those existing commercial buildings are legal non-conforming.
Perfect. That's what I need to know. I didn't clarify myself. I know that the one building is R3, but I was more concerned with the entire project being, thanks. So I'll just move 48 A, B, and C.
Seven yes.
Item 49 is items regarding the Southeast Agribusiness Urban Renewal Area. A is a Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation, B is a resolution of necessity, and C is a hearing on the Fourth Amendment. Council Communication number 11-720, and D is the first consideration of the ordinance to amend the TIF. Any comments on this item? Questions? Manager, any thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, council members, this item is here on your agenda, which makes the Southeast Agribusiness Park Urban Renewal Plan consistent with various initiatives that you have going, including the Municipal Service Center, some of the relocations of businesses out of the corridor for Southeast Connector, particularly junkyards, and there is a third item, I think, Terry, but essentially it's those two things. This is an action which brings into conformance a plan with various initiatives that we have going. It enables these things to happen. It doesn't require them.
It
But
brings the Municipal Service Center into the TIF,
It
basically.
essentially does that.
Okay. I'll move 49 A, B, C, and D.
Seven yes.
Item 50 is on the future issuance of general obligation bonds for the 2012-2013 capital improvement budget, specifically for some TIF projects. Council Communication number 11-725, A is a tax increment needs for 2012 and 13. Council Communication number 11-726. Anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
I'll move item 50 and 50A.
Seven yes.
Item 51 on the 2011 Sewer Repair Contract 1 resolution approving the plan, specifications, form of contract documents, engineer's estimate, receive and file bids, and designating the lowest responsible bidder as Van Howen and Associates, Inc. Brian Tankos is president, $775,775. Council Communication number 11-716. A is approving the contract and bond and permission to sublet. Is anyone in the audience to speak on the 2011 sewer repair contract? Seeing none, could we have a motion?
Move 51 and 51A.
51 and 51A has been moved.
Seven yes.
Item 52 on the Police Department Evidence Storage Facility, the resolution approving the plan, specifications, form of contract documents, engineer's estimate, and receive and file bids and designating the lowest responsible bidder as Ball Team LLC, Robert E. Sodders, president, $400,231. Council Communication number 11-712. A is approving the contract and bond and a permission to sublet. Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this item?
I'll move.
52 and 52A has been moved.
Seven yes.
All right, let's note that the hearings end at 6:30, and that takes us back.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I missed on item number 36. I inadvertently neglected asking that we move the third reading based upon non-pre-published on item 36. So, Mr. Counsel, do I need to go back and ask for a motion?
Reopen the consent.
A motion to reconsider item number 36, also move.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Item passes. Mrs. Hensley.
I'll ask that we waive the third reading based upon the non-pre-published on item number 36.
Is there anyone in the audience to speak to the rezoning of 4805 Observatory Road and the communication regarding the construction activities for the proposed housing project at 4805 Observatory Road?
The individual that was here on behalf of that has left, but he was in support. It's Mr. Parks.
I might also add that I've harped on the staging and how this affects the neighborhood and the neighbors. There's a document that Mr. Park signed in terms of restrictions that staff has worked out with him, and I think that gives us some confidence that the neighbors' safety and quality of life will be protected during the construction phase, which I know they were worried about. So thanks to staff for making that happen.
Seven yes.
All right. The manager had requested to appropriately put in a discussion we had at our council workshop this morning, a rather extended discussion regarding the use of TIF on a downtown project, and we thought that it'd be important that we presented some of that discussion this evening to the public and to the during this council meeting. There has been a rather extended discussion and a letter to the editor, plus an editorial today by the Des Moines Register regarding the use of TIF for a project in downtown Des Moines. And we thought that maybe we could clarify some of those issues if we presented it here this evening. So I'm going to turn it over to our manager to run through that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm going to ask Rita Conner and Alan McKinley to make their way to the podium. They've got a little bit of a presentation. Just two things for me that I want to say, and that is that of all the years I've spent in city government, one of the most difficult concepts for people to understand is tax increment financing. It seems simple when you say tax increment is all about utilizing the revenues on added values that you provide. But once you get past that point, it is indeed a fairly complicated concept to talk about. On the other hand, it is also a fact, in my view, that the use of tax increment by this council over the last 25 years has been absolutely essential to make the downtown what it is today. Many projects that people have long forgotten now are there because this council used tax increment financing in a very creative way. And I would say the vast majority of those projects that were TIF assisted are today projects that are spinning off revenues well over and above any assistance that was provided by the council in the form of tax increment. So what we wanted to do this evening, and by the way, for those watching at home or here in the audience tonight, there is no action by council contemplated for this evening. Further action on the project would occur at a future meeting. This is all about trying to get some information into the record in terms of what the tax increment expenditures are and what the returns on investment are for the taxpayer that derive out of the project. And so with that, I'm going to ask Rita Connor to talk a little bit about the project, just the backgrounds, the benefits, maybe a bit of the process. And those of you who don't know, Rita has really been the point person working with the hotel folks from the beginning. And then Alan McKinley is going to talk about the financing of the tax increment dollars. And one thing, Rita, before you do start, I know there's been a lot of discussion about the developer here in the flag. It's my experience that most hotels built these days, not all, carry a flag, and the flags are, in other words, who's the entity that puts their name on the facility. Most of those flags tend to be national. We opened up a Hyatt Place Hotel in downtown Des Moines. The building is owned by a local developer, but the flag, if you will, the Hyatt, is a national outfit. This particular project will carry a Hampton flag, if I understand, or Rita can correct, but the owner is an Iowa owner. That's fairly typical in terms of how hotel projects are done this evening. So with that introduction, Rita, if you could give a little bit of background, and then we'll turn it over to Alan.
Can I just add, since you talked about the flag, City Manager, that we address also the fact that we as the City Council have nothing to say about what the flag is. That's all purely the developer, the owner, as to what that's going to be. That's not a decision that we are involved in.
Well, that's essentially correct. Almost all of our contact has been, I don't think we've had any contact with the hotel, the national chain. All of our contact and negotiation and discussion, all the decisions about the physical development really are with the developer. So the flag, if you will, is simply an important marketing piece, but it's not the development entity. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Rita Connor with the city's Office of Economic Development. Just kind of like to take you through a brief narrative of how we got to this point. We began to work with Hawkeye Hotels, and as city manager indicated, they are an Iowa-based company located in Burlington. We've tried to provide information about the company as much as we can, and they're also interested in meeting with citizens and business owners and introducing themselves to the community. At the beginning of the year, we had a development concept and financial assistance proposal that we undertook through our usual processes, which involves a great deal of vetting on both of those levels, what we're looking at financially for the project and also what we're looking at from a design standpoint. A lot of that work is in preparation to just make sure that we're ready to prepare a document in agreement to the city manager and also to go through our urban design review board process and ultimately to bring you here at the council table. So when we're taking a look at something, we're very excited to see economic development activity, but we're also being mindful of the environment that the product is to be introduced in. So it's a very comprehensive analysis that we are trying to take. What we saw at the beginning of the day was the company's idea to bring a project to the site at Water Street that had one hotel and a whole lot of surface parking. And what we felt at staff level was the beginning of some concern, feeling that probably that wasn't a product that was very responsive to the rest of the urban environment along the downtown riverfront. And so we paid special attention during our vetting process to make sure that we emphasized to the developer that we wanted something that was going to be a different type of urban response. We've had great success, as the city manager indicated, in downtown revitalization and bringing back and adaptively reusing buildings and also seeing creative construction with good design standards. And our Urban Design Review Board and Council have backed those standards. So we wanted to introduce Hawkeye Hotels to the reality that this was a very significant piece of property for the community, and the level of expectation of quality was going to be very high. What we are saying in kind of our architectural language in the information this evening, it was kind of a suburban product. Having formerly worked for a suburban government, I know they'll give me some latitude in presenting that here at the council tonight, but it was not the type of a structure, the type of a feature that we felt gave the best introduction to the riverfront. Very non-differentiated architecture, very stock, very prototype. So our efforts were trying to make sure we looked through our ordinances, design standards, utilized other staff, utilized small group meetings of our Urban Design Review Board members, and also made sure what we took forward to the city manager was going to be something that was providing some unique sense of place and some scaled response that was appropriate for the rest of the neighborhood that the property would be located in. I've heard a lot of comments here during the last year about the city of Des Moines riverfront, and as somebody who grew up in the city of Des Moines, it is a distinction for this city, and it's our opportunity to create the best landscape that we can. What we are asking the developer to note is that quality is emphasized in this area, and they have been very responsive through the processes. They are not native to the Des Moines area, they're native to the state, so they had understood that there were communities where riverfront development was a different topic and a new topic to them. They've been very willing to get educated and very willing to accommodate the requests that we've made. We expect anyone coming into the Des Moines market, coming into this area, to understand that the city's made a tremendous amount of investment in physical infrastructure, and private sector development has matched that to create the Riverwalk, to create livable, walkable areas, including this residential and mixed business neighborhood that this project would come into. They've recognized that. They've recognized that that's what we're trying to achieve. A higher density where we take a product that is one building and a whole lot of surface parking, the question that we're really asking is this the best that you can do? We've had such success with being able to turn blocks where surface parking has been the norm or been the previous use into something where we can see greater use of land. It's a pretty old planning principle, and it's one that the community has used throughout its history, and definitely not a new topic as we looked at this area, but somewhat of a new approach for the developer. Again, they were very responsive, but it was a very difficult conversation. And I will note that our conversations have been kind of characterized as a bit of a tug of war. When you have such staunch opinions and desires on the community's part, and then you also have a developer that's looking to make decisions and make business investment, it can feel as if you're not on the same page. And we did get to the point where we were looking at a very low density, underutilized site proposal, and something that we just felt we couldn't take forward to council in that form. We did get to the point where the project developer, they're not with us this evening, but I know that they've spoken this in front of our elected officials, they've spoken it to us as staff. They would have been willing to just go forward and do the development without financial assistance, but do that original plain Jane prototype large surface parking lot product. And we were very discouraged at that point and not sure that we could achieve anything other than that the conversation may be over. We did appreciate very much the involvement of our city manager and elected officials to really achieve what we felt was the best end result, and reflective in the proposal that we'll go over here in a little bit financially. But what we're really seeing is what we feel is a premier riverfront hotel development, 2 hotels and 1 parking structure, very useful and beneficial to the community, and hopefully something that we can continue to vet through our additional processes as we go forward to bringing something for final action to council.
Mayor, members of council, Alan McKinley, Deputy City Manager. This will be a review in part of a presentation that Rick shared with you this morning, City Manager shared with you this morning at the council workshop. And so the numbers will be the same as what you've probably seen previously and was also included in the blue letter from November 7th. Really, we want to compare what we have today there with what the proposal will result in as far as on a financial analysis. So our first option obviously is do nothing or have the property possibly be converted 100% to surface parking. Based on current valuations today, over a 23-year time period, between $1.3 and $1.5 million would be generated in total over that 23-year period. The other alternative that we looked at is actually the proposed project, and we have broken down the revenue stream and the offsetting economic development grant payments as an offset to that to show you a net figure. We're government, we don't use profit. We can talk about return on investment, things of that nature. But we've listed out here in the second bullet point under the proposed project, the new tax increment taxes that will be generated from the project will be just north of $11 million. We provided you a breakdown there between hotel number 1, hotel number 2, and the parking garage. We anticipate hotel number 2 under the agreement will have a delayed start date, won't start at the same time as hotel number 1. The second major bullet point there under the proposed project are the economic development grant payments that are made back to the developer. And you'll see the subheadings there, hotel number 1 and 2, same amounts, in the parking garage, $1.1 million for a total of about $6,750,000. So the difference between those two is what's listed there in green at the bottom. Net of the grant payments, the project will still generate, net of those grant payments, over $4,325,000. That's just the property tax side. When we go to the hotel motel taxes.
Could you, that's the TIF amount. Is that correct?
Yes, the new taxes that are generated from the project.
Okay, so they are still paying the base amount.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct. So we're talking about new taxes generated beyond what they're paying today.
So would you essentially add that to this number in terms of the amount of taxes generated off that piece of property?
That would be the gross taxes, but we wanted to compare what would happen if you, from just the additional value that's added, the $32 million project that was added on. So on top of that.
So if you go back to slide 1, that 1.3 to 1.5 is a given. They're going to pay that tax anyway. That's the base that's frozen. That goes into the taxing authority, into the general fund now, and will continue to do so irrespective of the TIF amount that's separate.
Yes.
Okay. So the total amount is that 4.3 plus the 1.3 to 1.5.
Correct. The second revenue stream that the city will recognize is hotel motel taxes, and obviously under the do nothing or convert to surface parking, there would be no hotel motel taxes generated. Again, under the proposed project, you'll see hotel motel taxes listed there for both hotels, a slight difference, and that being obviously the timing of when one hotel starts compared to the first hotel. We've made some assumptions, and first of all, the initial calculation was based on local area, can't remember the word I'm trying to come up with, utilization of hotel rooms throughout the year. We used that percentage, applied it to their average room rates, and calculated a hotel motel tax. And then, just to be conservative, we assumed a 50% leakage. So if it was simply people moving from one hotel downtown to this hotel, we obviously wouldn't recognize an increase in hotel motel taxes. Now, if they, but for this hotel had been staying outside of the Des Moines area, that would not be part of the 50% leakage. But we've been pretty conservative in that calculation, and you can see that the motel tax of Des Moines over the 23-year period would amount to over $6.2 million. When we tally up all of these, again, the do nothing is the 1.3 to 1.5 million. Under the proposed project, this is now summarizing the nearly 11.1 of new property taxes, the 6.2 of new hotel motel taxes, offset by the economic development grant payments of 6.7 million, still gives you a net return on investment to the city of over $10.5 million over the 23-year period. Councilman Coleman asked this morning if there was any kind of information that we could get related to kind of the revenue that gets spun off or generated by someone staying here in the metro area. Our economic development office utilized the Business Travel News. They report that an overnight hotel stay generates $261 per person per night. Now that would obviously include the room rent as well. So if the room rent was, say, $110 to $120, that would leave approximately $141 left per person per night spent. And that would cover whether it was a car rental or eating out or entertainment or whatever. And I think that summarizes the calculation on economic impact for the proposal that was submitted to you for consideration on November 7th.
Alan, would you be able to get this PowerPoint electronically to us?
Absolutely.
It'd be helpful, so we're responding, we can include that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good. Excellent. I appreciate that, and I think it's good. I happened to eat lunch today with the city manager, and I was accosted, is that by an opponent of this hotel, and he was very polite, but he said, you know, I'm against this, but I can't figure out why you might do it. And I was telling the city manager, you know, I think if people came down and argued against this, they could make lots of compelling arguments against it, and there's lots of compelling arguments for it. I wouldn't argue too long that somebody was making an invalid argument, but I think when you weigh it and you look at the discussion we had this morning about the budget in the future, we have a parcel that is scheduled to create about $1 million, $1.5 million over the next 20 years of city revenue as it sits today. And if we can get this project done, it creates 10.5 plus the original 1.5 because it has a base, almost $12 million. And given the financial situation that we're in, I think you'd have to have a pretty compelling reason not to say that's in the best long-term interest of the city to trade that 1.5 away for $12 million. It's not easy to do, but to me, when I thought of it that way, it was a pretty clear path for me to keep proceeding and look forward to the hearing next meeting.
If I could just add one thing to that. I mean, just so as people know about these things when they look at what the council does, obviously we're going to be very attentive to the dollars and cents of it. But as Rita Connor tried to point out, we are equally concerned about the impact and the design of the building and the way it relates to the community at large and to the downtown in particular and to the neighbors in particular. And it's particularly true in an environment like this where the property values are so high and where the future ability to develop projects that generate a lot for the community is so important. And so we do take the matter of the quality of the design very, very seriously. And I will say that between the mayor and Mr. Coleman and Mrs. Hensley, those points were driven home very strongly to me, and I think really did indeed impact the design to date, and will continue to have that impact as we go through the review and the final approval of it.
If I could just add a couple of comments. I find it real interesting that the city has received all of the awards and recognitions we have over the last couple of years, and it's because we've been looking long-term at and making some of these difficult decisions, and it's really paying dividends. I mean, we look at what we've done and the impact it's had on the community and where we've gone in the last 10 years, and it is really significant. I don't think anybody, they were hoping, they were dreaming, but you look at what we've been able to accomplish and the recognition that we're getting on a national basis, even a worldwide basis, because of some of the projects that we've done. And I see people returning to Des Moines because of that. And the very same tools that we've used to make those projects a reality are the same tools that we're using on this project. And the reason that people are coming back is because we've made those decisions, and we're at a great place now, and I think the city should really be proud of it. And I think it's not realistic for people to think that if there's vacant ground, it's going to continue to be vacant. And we're going to look at the biggest and the best use of that and be sensitive to all of the environmental issues, but we just need to make those decisions and move forward.
Bob, if I might, and then Skip, Bob and I had a conversation over the weekend, having spent a number of years working on planning and zoning issues. And we spent a lot of time talking to neighbors and talking to neighborhood associations, and I know a lot of us on this council do the same. And I think that I don't want to in any way negate or diminish the concerns of some of the other citizens that are out there that question, what the future of this city looks like. And I think that the more people get involved and understand, we want their input. We want to know what's happening out there, and I think that all of us on this council have engaged with a number of the people that through the social media or whatever context they had to address their concerns regarding this development and hopefully lots of other things. We need to all come together to have a vision for the future of the core of this city. And we, as Mrs. Hensley just said, we've been getting great accolades for doing it, and it's because we have tried to be so open and honest and get it to be successful for all the people, not just some of the people. And I think that when they say that this is the best place to have a business or raise a family or young people to have a career, they have not overlooked that part that we are listening. And I think that we will try to engage, and Bob and I even talked about maybe trying to find a way to, as Halley said that he did, have either a lunch or a meeting or something and talk to folks about their concerns, because the more people are involved, the better this city is going to be. And we need to all not lose that focus. And, whether it be in little disagreements that we have, whether it be at the council table or the neighbors versus business or whatever, it's all of us working together that's going to make it happen. Skip, you had your hand up.
Well, I'm sure I've received probably more emails opposed to this project than any set of emails I've received before. Numerous phone calls. I, like Chris, have had people stop me on the street, and I'm sure that everybody on this council is getting the same emails. And what's extremely important was, I'm sure that most of us talked to Rick about it, and I applaud Rick for doing this presentation, because it's, we do listen to the residents, we do read our emails, we listen to our phone calls, but it's important that the decisions we receive from the citizens are based on the same information that we have. And now it's out there. If they want to send us emails opposed to this project, fine, we'll still read them and we'll listen to them. But I think after they read this information, see this tonight, see the editorial in today's paper, that maybe some of their opinions have changed on this.
All right. Any other comments? Thank you, Rita, for your presentation, and Alan.
Right. I would like to make a comment.
Please.
I think, after our discussion, I think, in the past we've had downtown neighbors who complained about whistles on the trains, and about the noise level and things of that, I wouldn't be opposed to us having a meeting, a gathering of some type, and informing those who want to attend. Like you say, let's make it available to everybody who is interested. So I would.
That is the plan.
All right. Thanks, Bob, and thanks all the council members for taking those emails and answering them, and let's continue to communicate with our residents. Brings us to a first consideration of ordinances. Tonight, the item 38 is amending Chapter 62 of the Municipal Code to add gender equity as a protected class in the Human Rights Chapter. A is the final consideration of the ordinance above, and the waiver is requested by the Human Rights Commission, and it requires 6 votes. Is Rudy here? Want to make a quick summary of this presentation?
The proposed amendment will, Mayor and Council, Rudy Sims, Human Rights Department. The proposed amendment will add gender identity to as a class protection in the city ordinance. It is coming in line with the state law. It's been recommended by the Iowa Attorney General that local municipalities have their own item in their municipal codes. This will support that recommendation that comes from the Des Moines Human Rights Commission. Are there any questions?
Is this a state law?
It is a state law.
Okay. Any discussion? Any comments?
Rudy,
Halley?
can you define what gender identity is?
Basically, it's how a person perceives themselves as their gender. Typically, best example, I believe that I am a male. If you watch Dancing with the Stars, you saw Chastity Bono dancing as a male as Chaz Bono, because he identifies, or formerly she, identifies as a male.
Okay. Are there objective standards that define that? I mean, does it require a sex change in the case of Chaz Bono, or is it a subjective?
Sex change is not required. Most people that have that identity do desire to have a sex change, but under law it is not required at this time.
Okay. Is it kind of just subjective? I mean, whatever the person identifies themselves as?
Yeah, it should be supported by psychologists, okay? They do, it is self-identification, okay, as you said.
Well, and I guess my question kind of goes to an email you had sent out with kind of an explanation of gender identity. And one of the things mentioned was that gender nonconforming individuals may not identify as the opposite gender full-time or at all. Not all transgender people fit neatly into a subcategory. So is it, I mean, it's reasonable for someone to change back and forth? Would that be fair?
Historically, they have. Currently, they have.
Okay.
Okay, there are incidences in which they have done that.
Okay. And what areas does this apply to?
Employment, housing, municipal services, and public accommodations.
What does that, what are public accommodations? Does that include public restrooms?
It includes public restrooms, hospitals, public facilities, restaurants, schools, transportation, public transportation.
Okay. Perfect. I don't have any more questions unless anyone else does.
Anybody else have anything?
I do have a comment to make, but.
Rudy, I'd just like to clarify something. You said it has to be supported by a psychologist or somebody of that sort. A person can't just come out and say this.
No, I may have misspoke. I think a lot of it is supported by psychologists and the medical community. It is recognized as such, but an individual self-claims, okay?
Thank you.
They put the label on themselves.
I guess I just wanted the clarification. My main concern, I understand this is state law, and I know in the past, many of us have voted against state law. I would cite cigarette licenses that come up on a regular basis as an item that we regularly vote against state law on. And I understand the merits of this. I guess I have the concern of how this practically affects people. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and next summer, if she elects to take swimming classes through the Northwest Aquatic Center, my wife and my daughter will have the opportunity to change their clothes in a locker room with a self-proclaiming female. My understanding is that it's completely subjective. So if at the moment I determine that I'm a female, I can walk into the female's locker room at the Northwest Aquatic Center, and not only is that allowed, but no one else has the right to question whether you're doing that because you're now a protected class. I have a real problem with that as a practical measure, and that's very clearly, that's not a red herring, that's not off the trail even a little bit. That's exactly what this does, and so I'll be voting against this tonight.
Any other comments?
I'm going to be supporting this, and reason being is I was involved with the original group at the council table that worked very hard to bring sexual orientation in the ordinance within the city of Des Moines, and it took a lot of work. I'm sorry to say the city of Des Moines was not the first city. There were several other cities throughout the state, but we did get the job done, and at the time, I think we made a conscious decision not to include gender identity at the time. The state law has changed, and I'm supportive of this, and we'll go ahead and make the motion to move item 38.
Any other comments?
Christine, does that include A?
Yes. If it works. I don't know.
Could I ask council to amend the motion to include the clause as now enacted or hereinafter amended from time to time to each subsection of the proposed new 62-1.1 that hopefully would not require the city council to come back and review each time the legislature makes a change.
I will add that to my motion.
Thank you.
At your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
I have 2 quick things to say. I think Halley raises good points. I ask about the issue of public accommodations and budget beforehand, and I would like our city attorney, whose office advises the Human Rights Commission, to continue to monitor that. And because I will tell you, I'd be willing to come back and reverse the vote that I'm going to make tonight. I'm voting for this because, the oath of office, I just won election, says that we'll uphold the City of Des Moines ordinances and code and the state laws of the state of Iowa. This is a law of the state of Iowa, and there's lots that I'm uncomfortable about. But I think we have an obligation to support that as it is the law of the state. And that's the reason for my support. I would refer Councilman's comments to the attorney as a protection for the citizens to see if there isn't some penalty or something that could be established if someone intentionally manipulated the law, some kind of fraud for claiming a condition that was not valid. Does that make sense? Am I being clear on that?
Sure, and we've had some discussions on that, and I'll be happy to get you something in a little more detail. The state statute provides a gender identity as a gender-related identity of a person, regardless of the person's assigned sex at birth. That, of course, would be, subject to a fact finder. There's nothing in here that obviates or eliminates criminal law in the state of Iowa for exposure, for example. And going into a locker room and exposing yourself, I don't think would be a defense to say, oh, gee, I really think I'm a woman, and that's why I went in and did that. That, of course, would be for a jury to decide, but and I'll be happy to speak with County Attorney Sarcone on that as well. But I don't think there's anything in the statute that obviates or eliminates criminal law otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that, and I just want to say I'm very concerned about the misrepresentations that some people might take in this, so I think we have to proceed very carefully. And the last thing that I would say is if the reason for my vote is to stay consistent with state law. If there's a point in time that state law changes, I would probably make a recommendation that we strike it from ours, because there's probably good reason for which the state would remove it from their code if they ever did. The mayor's giving me the look like it's time to vote.
6 yes, 1 no.
Item 39, amending Chapter 114 of the Municipal Code regarding traffic regulation changes as follows. A is removal of 6th Avenue as a truck route, New York Avenue to the north city limits, and the addition of New York Avenue as a truck route, 2nd Avenue to 6th Avenue. B, the request for a two-way stop at East 8th Street and Guthrie Avenue, Council Communication number 11-710. Anyone here to comment on that?
If there's no comments, I will move 39 A and B. These, I think the problem at East 6th and Euclid is the trucks trying to turn the corner, and they need to get them off of that area between New York and Euclid.
Do you want to waive the non-pre-published?
I would like to brave, thanks for mentioning that, yes.
Mr. Coleman.
7 yes.
Communications and reports. Item 40 is a letter of interest from the Des Moines Social Club to lease or purchase the fire station property at 900 Mulberry Street. Anyone here to talk to that?
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Jake Christensen, 321 East Walnut. I am pleased to be here this evening to talk about the two subjects, the social club and Des Moines Fire Station number 1. I have been completely impressed with Zachary Mannheimer and the board of the social club since they founded it several years ago. I remember touring one of the first buildings with Zach when he first moved to town, and I have to say I was betting against him at that time. And since he has more than proven me wrong, they have a robust endeavor and a real addition to our city. I think that many comments have been made this evening about the progress that Des Moines has made, and I think the social club is a perfect example of what our city is becoming and the different groups of people who are working to try and make it a better city. To that end, we're here to talk about the Des Moines Fire Station number 1, which in its own way is a unique portion of our city fabric. I've followed the building for many years, being a developer who particularly enjoys historic redevelopment. It's hard to not drive by the fire station and get a little excited. I think that after my many tours through the building over the last several years, the building is pretty cool, for lack of a real estate term. However, it presents some unique challenges. It has, a viaduct that borders the eastern side of the building, all the way up to the 2nd floor. It's on Mulberry Street, which is not our most active street yet. And Then the building itself has, a very unique use. The fire station is, I haven't redeveloped the fire station yet, so you have big spaces within that building that are difficult to break into multiple tenants. And so a building of that type requires a unique user to be able to make the best use of those big open spaces. And being a historic property, the National Park Service and the State Historic Preservation Office will have a very distinct opinion about how a building of this type is redeveloped. So to my earlier point of taking unique use to be able to utilize the space, I think that the social club fits that bill very well. Activate the street and be able to utilize those volumes of space in a positive manner. So with that, I'd like to pass the torch to Zachary Meinhardt.
Can you go into detail as to exactly what your role is, Jake?
Yes, I'm here as a developer working with a social club to facilitate the development of the fire station.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Zach Mannheimer, 647 36th Street. First of all, thank you all very much for your continued work on our project. It's been a long 4 years so far, but a good one, and we're very pleased with this project. And I'm pleased to bring forth a developer-initiated project that will make sure that the building retains its historical nature. My time has been largely put on trying to get a new space for the social club, and I feel I would be best suited working on the club's extended business and increasing awareness and programming. And that's where I would like my time to be, and that's what I intend to be doing moving forward. It's why I'm excited to be working with Jake, who is an experienced developer in town, and we're going to be following his lead on this entire project. So thank you so much for your consideration, and I hope that I look forward to working together with everybody on the project. And with that, I'll pass the torch to Chris Draper, who is our incoming board chair for 2012.
Good evening, Chris Draper, 1520 Center Street, Des Moines, Iowa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here tonight. What I wanted to try and do is provide a few facts about the Des Moines Social Club. I've tried to reach out to a number of you, but it appears my brother has kept you busy, so sorry about that. However,
I wouldn't make that connection.
Sorry. Anyway, so as a result, I know...
Is he in the warehousing business?
I'm sorry? So anyway, moving on. But so as a result, I do hope to get around to each of you and discuss hopefully how we would hope to move forward and make sure that the benefits of the Des Moines Social Club are really fully understood and how they affect each of your wards, which they fully do. When you look at the Des Moines Social Club is a nonprofit. However, when you look at what it actually does, this past year alone, it invested essentially $450,000 into the actual community. It had 10 salaried employees, 65 contractors, and other types of individuals. We have plenty of union individuals who live up in Ward 2 who have worked on our sets, worked on our buildings, worked on all kinds of items. We have at least 3 businesses that have been spawned as a result of the Des Moines Social Club over in Councilman Meyer's ward. In Ward 3, where we have actually the vast majority of our individuals are residents paying taxes either through their actual direct home or paying through their landlords. They're buying the food that's downtown. They're going to the bars that are downtown. They're going to all the different facilities that are reinvigorating our community. When you're looking at Ward 1 is a great example of individuals who had left the state, came back, and are able to raise a family there because of the actual activities that are going on here. We look at the actual individuals who are on the salaried employees. We have over 40% of them are individuals that previously had no connection to Iowa and are now here because of the opportunity that Des Moines presented. We're talking about something that when you actually look at a conservative estimation, the economic impact of what the social club has done, you're looking at over $2.1 million of benefit to the city. This is not a standard nonprofit. We're not a charity. We're a job creator. And I do want to thank over the time. I understand that Zach alluded to a little bit. The one thing about the Des Moines Social Club, if you read its 501c3 status, it is not a property development firm. As a result, we're very interested in having professionals do the property development, which is why we're very excited to have Jake on board. There's a lot of things that we may not have, as the social club is concerned, taken the most efficient steps in the past, and right now we're working to ensure that that isn't something that happens again. We have been very fortunate to take the business, take it from basically a $28,000 party to over $400,000 a year business that employs, supports, and grows our community. I know that Councilwoman Hensley, who actually sat in the original board and assisted with providing the framework that is now what we're building on for proper corporate governance, I know has spent a lot of time dealing with some issues now in her advisory role committee as well. We do fully appreciate the countless hours she has put in on getting us on the right track, and now we have a team in place that is provided the opportunity to enter a historic, unique space to really make long-term strides in attracting retention and development of our young people in this community. As we go along, if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me anytime. If there are issues or concerns, we want to make sure they're addressed. We're here for the long haul. I grew up here. I'm now back here. I have at least 30 years here. We are going to make sure this project is a success if given the opportunity. We understand there's 1,000 rows to get to somewhere in the beginning of a development project. All development projects change. We're completely flexible with that. We're very excited that Jake will be able to work closely with the city and make sure we follow all the accepted procedures associated with that. We're very excited to remain flexible and keep moving towards an outcome that is going to be successful for all of us and build on what has already been a demonstrated track record of economic growth within downtown. And I apologize for not having the numbers to hand. I don't know what the city has contributed in the past on aggregate, but I guarantee that when you're looking at the other options, we are very a low-cost option for creating a lot of jobs, which we have done repeatedly. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Chris, could you expand upon, I know Jake is part of the team, but could you talk about other members of the team and how you see that working, I guess, because Zach talked about he was going to be focusing on the programs and the business, but others are going to be taking the lead on the actual development of the project.
Right. As far as the actual property development, our role is to make sure individuals with property development experience in historic tax credit buildings and making sure that we are saving historic Des Moines landmarks, which Jake has a significant track record in. He will have the final call on what's done. There is no, as I said, it's outside our remit of our 501c3 to either be property investors or property developers. We have no goal to do that as the Des Moines Social Club. And because of that, I cannot answer, obviously, any questions with regards to negotiations that Jake would have with the city or opportunities he may have with the city. Obviously, having, for those of you that don't know, I'm associated with real estate here in the local community, so I do have an understanding of the area, but as my role as board chairman, I have no desire to get in the middle of any of their discussions because that's their
And I think
role.
I understand Jake's role, but the real question there are fund development, the fundraising. I mean, that's going to be a big part of this, and I see Glenn there. Is he going to be an integral part of this kind of this team or this committee that's going to be working through this process?
Right now, we'll be announcing our capital campaign on December 1st and kicking off with what we hope to be a show of support from the city with regards to the idea that they are interested in starting a development project with us. As far as the individuals who have publicly expressed their support, if you look at the executive summary of the letter that I have sent to you, that we sent in preparation for this. And I apologize if that is the one thing I did not pull up here. However, with regards to the question is, I assume, do we have the staying power and the support within the community behind us to get this done? I think that as Manager Clark can attest to, the fact that Barry Griswold and Fred Hubble have spent the time to come down and discuss this project, the fact that they are not only fully supportive of our direction, fully supportive of the management structure we put in place, fully supportive of the capital campaign that's going to be releasing, both financially and organizationally. I believe that there is significant support for indicating that this is not going to be an organization that will disappear. This is an organization that will be around in the community because it is having significant fundamental positive impacts on our community here. Did I mention that question?
You did. No, okay. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else?
Just a couple quick questions, and you may not have the answer to this at this point. In your letter, you talked about not having unlimited funds, and certainly we can all appreciate that. As far as purchasing, financing, have you started to look at that at all, or is that a part of your capital plan? And then also, as far as rehabbing the building, do you kind of have some cost estimates as to what you're willing to invest into the building?
The short answer is we're willing to invest whatever it takes to make sure the project is appropriate within a level that is supported by our community. There's a few pieces there on there. As far as what the I raise this as, keeping in mind that I've got one position that I want to look at. I think that the Rouen Food Prize building is a very good model we'd love to look at. I think that when you look at some of the support that's coming out, you look at actually the net present value of these projects, I think that we would love to be on the, I think we'd love to be on the order of magnitude that previous projects have been both approved and are currently under discussion here. I think that if we are able to find the kind of support that the city is providing to other organizations that are not employing the same level of local, Des Moines-based, resident, long-term, union-type support, I think that it'll be difficult, to be honest. When you look at the actual capability of the city to support a fundraising project for a nonprofit, we're a limited pool. This isn't New York City. This isn't anywhere else that has unlimited funds. We're a very frugal community. We understand what it means to make an honest buck. We understand what it means when we make a commitment to something, and we are making a commitment to this, and the community has made a commitment to us on this. However, at the same token, in negotiating price and these type of things, which is something that Jake will be spearheading with the city and identifying what options are available through the city, that will play heavily into what the options are. But my understanding is the city is committed to making this work, and we're committed to make sure that we're doing the legwork associated with getting what are very significant and big names within this community backing this to the table to ensure it gets done. So did I hit all your questions, or did I miss any piece?
Nope, I think you got it. That works for me.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
I think I got it. You're going to be LEED Platinum. It's going to be, you're going to,
It's a city
make jobs
building,
for hundreds of
remember,
people. Yeah.
Mayor.
So was
the, he said to use the library as the example.
That's fantastic, and I have to say, if we were able to receive the support required to achieve the level of credits that are required for platinum, we'd be more than happy to do it. I know something a bit about the LEED process, as you probably know. We are actually one of the national leaders as far as completion of LEEDs, LEED Platinum buildings. So I'm actually very happy that we would be able to do LEED Platinum. I full-heartedly accept the financial support required to get that done.
That's good. I knew where that was going.
All right. I think we have another speaker here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of council, my name is Glenn Lyons. I'm the CEO of the Downtown Community Alliance and a resident at 3316 Southern Hills Drive. I've been working both with the city manager's office and the social club to find a suitable location in downtown for their new facility. I think the fire hall can be a big win for Central Des Moines, the city of Des Moines, the younger people in our community. It's really hard to reuse a 1938 Art Deco fire hall. There are very few uses that could fit there. The social club with a theater and a restaurant and a few other things could really save the building and turn around that part of town. But there's a big diligence phase that we're going to have to go through here. There's more work to be done on the building, what it takes to retrofit it and preserve it, what those costs are. That's going to have to be balanced against the ability to get the major donors in place. And that's going to happen in the next 3 months or so. And I'd like to tell you that I've done this work as a consultant in various ways, and I'm here to offer my assistance to both parties to try to make that work. It's worth a try. And it's not just the fire hall and the social club, both very good social goods. There's something happening south of Walnut Street, whether it's in the Market District in East Village that you've done planning for, or the renovations that Hubble is doing south of MLK, or the Rumley Lofts, or the fire hall and some of the stuff in the west that's happening in Walnut Street. All these old buildings that we thought we needed to tear down are coming back, and they're coming back with some of the verve that we need in Des Moines for our future, for our economic future and our social future. So this one's worth a try, and we appreciate your help in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
All right. Appreciate all of you coming down this evening. Does council have any more questions of this team? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the manager to make a couple of comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. While the Des Moines Social Club really does represent a marvelous opportunity for the city and the community to make an improvement and provide a facility here that has just some wonderful benefits, I had a chance to meet with Zach and his team a couple times last week and the week before, and I outlined for them three sort of important issues that, from my vantage point, are important to get on the table. For this council, these are issues that will sound familiar to you because they're the same kind of things that we've dealt with in other projects, but nonetheless, I think they're important to remind everybody about. The first one is the process by which we sell a city building is a really important one. It's steeped in law. As Jeff will tell you, we're required under Iowa law to conduct a public hearing. We're required to appraise the value from a fair market value standpoint and sell it for that kind of a price. But the law does provide some guidance to us in terms of how this happens. And one of the things that is important there, actually beyond the law, is the notion that in the past when the council's offered property that you own, think of the Des Moines building that you recently went through, you did go through a process there to allow other developers and interested parties to come in and submit a bid. And I would suggest that would be the same case here, that as you go through the process to sell it to Des Moines Social Club or whoever, there has to be an opportunity somewhere in that process for others to come in and express an interest. Now, recognizing that Des Moines Social Club is here and has a wonderful project, and I, for one, think it would be a great project to do in this building, there is a way that we can proceed forward that maybe would make that happen more readily, and that's through a developer initiative process. I think Zach or one of the folks mentioned that at the podium a moment ago. We've used developer initiative processes in other projects. It's quite successful. It does streamline things, and it does allow, it's at a certain point in that process for other interested parties to come forward and in effect bid against that. So number one issue, process, we've got to follow it. We'll do that effectively, and we'll try to schedule that so that it moves along quickly and doesn't hold anybody up. The second thing, and I touched on it a bit, is the sale of the property. You can hear from the comments today. It's always an important point that has to be negotiated out. The council is obligated under law to sell property at fair market value, but in this case, because it would be my recommendation that you would sell this property with a proviso that the fire station would be maintained under historic standards. That does in effect impose a constraint or restraint that does have an impact on the value of the property, and that really needs to be taken into account. I can't tell you today what that fair market value is with that condition in place, but it's one that we'll have to get figured out, and we'll of course work with Zach and his team on that. Just another comment about the sale price. In my mind, it makes sense for us to explore both the sale of the property as well as a lease. I think either option might work. Both have to pass the test of fair market value, but I think we can figure out a way to get that done. So fair market value, adhering to law on that point is an important one. The third thing I want to say, and again, I think they addressed it here at the podium, whenever the city participates in a project like this, you are in effect selling a public asset. You have an obligation, it seems to me, to the public to make sure that the project has every chance of succeeding. So therefore, as you go forward and as we look at the deal with them, and there will eventually be a contract, there'll be an opportunity to have a business plan that they submit and put forward that gives you all the information you need to assure yourselves as the council that the project has sufficient financial backing to make it happen. Not only the capital costs, but the ongoing operating costs. It's an important step. Virtually every project we participate in requires a similar kind of showing from the developer. That would be the case here. The last thing I want to say is that one of the features of a project like this, it tends to be fairly complicated. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of legal issues that come up. It is just very, very complicated from beginning to end. And one of the things that we can do as a city to streamline that process is to identify somebody in our staff that sort of acts as quarterback, if you will, or project coordinator. In this case, I've asked Terry Vorbricht and his staff in OED to serve that function, so they will do that, and I'll try as best I can to make sure that communication between the city and the developer is funneled through Terry. And that way, we can keep all the pieces together. Terry will keep me informed, and through that, of course, I'll keep the council informed as we go forward. You can expect this to be back on your agenda as soon as we can get sort of a game plan sorted out and a time schedule. We'll ask the council to review that and approve that. The last thing I'll say is the motion this evening, or the roll call, essentially refers this project back to the city manager to explore the sale or lease of the property and ask us to specifically work with Des Moines Social Club on the sale of the fire station. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
All right. Anybody have any questions? It looked more like a receive and file, but if that's what it is.
It's receive, yeah. But I would appreciate, and I think they would appreciate some direction from the council as to your desire that we continue to work with these folks in putting together a deal.
Okay, Mrs. Hensley.
Thank you, Rick, for going through and spelling out all those different items, because I think those are extremely important. And I know I've had discussions with most of them out there. I haven't talked with Jake yet because I wasn't sure who the other player was yet. But I agree with those completely. This is an important building for the city. The developer-initiated process is important. But I also think that the Des Moines Social Club is important to the city, that we do everything that we can to keep you located downtown. I think it's important that we have that type of event and venue in the downtown area. As I can't remember who said it, the first one that said it, about Jake, about being surprised that they were still here. I would have to admit, I've shared that same feeling as well. But they've done well, and they've managed to pull it together. But this is a new big step, and you're going to have your A game in place, and you're going to have to meet all of the benchmarks that are set out in working with the staff, because this is significant. This is a city asset that you're asking the city to turn over, whether it's through a purchase or a lease agreement or whatever. So you're going to have your A game in place as we move forward with this. And I look forward to this coming back to the city council and seeing the ongoing discussions continue.
Rick, if I could, or actually Mayor, if I could.
Please.
I would echo Councilmember Hensley's comments. I think the Des Moines Social Club would be a potential great fit there, but at the same time, I don't want to limit what could be there. I mean, I want to have an open process where if there's, and you're absolutely right, there are limited uses for that, and it seems like it would be a great spot for you guys. But if there are other opportunities where, I mean, we have the same type of redevelopment, historical preservation, where we can put it back on the tax rolls. I mean, I think we have to look at what opportunities are out there. And not to say that that excludes these guys if a developer comes in and wants to do something, because they bring other things to the table. But I think we at least need to open that dialogue if there's other things out there to be seen.
I'll go ahead and move item 40.
Can I make one other request? Rick, as you're moving forward, I do agree with the comments made, and I appreciate all that Des Moines Social Club is doing. I have just some structural issues about the organization, and if the different names that we know them by are different corporations or just fictitious names that you've used over time, and how the corporate setup is. I mean, even, and I don't mean to criticize, because it happens in my organization and others, but you know who the current board is. There's a different list in two different spots, and just to bring us up to date on exactly what that structure is and how many different pieces are we talking about as a legal entity that we would be dealing with. And maybe that doesn't matter much if Jake becomes the legal entity we're dealing with.
Well, I think, Mr. Coleman, council members, that a lot of those issues really have to be defined as part of the contract going forward. And I'll make sure that we are sufficiently clear on that point. And I'm sure Zach and his team will be forthcoming. I don't know that Jake is intended to be the long-term owner of the building. It would probably end up being the Des Moines Social Club, a nonprofit entity that would not be Jake. Of course, I'm looking to you guys to confirm that. But in any event, we'll make sure that the ownership entities and so on would be clear certainly when you get to the point that you have to enter into a contract.
Thanks.
So my motion is to refer it back to the city manager to begin those discussions with the team of the Des Moines Social Club.
7 yes.
Thank you. Item 41 from Chet Gwynn, 1041 8th Street, to speak regarding Nolan Plaza.
Mayor Cownie, members of the council, my name is Chet Gwynn. I reside at 1041 8th Street, also known as Old Fire Station Number 4, which might be considered a precedent to transforming a fire station into a social club. And I also vouch for the complication of acquiring city property sometimes. 2 years ago, it seems like 3 right now, the Iowa Peacemakers Monument Incorporated proposed a plan to make the Peace Garden in Nolan Plaza more friendly and usable until the Civic Center's design or redesign of the plaza materialized. Our offer was rejected by the Greater Des Moines Civic Center, but we found encouragement from you, the council, to persist on several key points. In this season of counting our blessings, we thank the City Council and the Department of Parks and Recreation for cooperating with us in 3 accomplishments. First, the bronze plaque designed by Bishop Morris Stingman and Rabbi Jay Goldberg is now visibly displayed on a boulder with their words, challenging us all to be more loving, merciful, and sharing that peace will dawn for every child of the source of all life. 2, the trees in the plaza have been trimmed, thinned out a little bit, and bluegrass planted to make the area appear more safe and inviting. 3, our proposal for a peace-themed sculpture in the plaza was rejected, but thanks to the City Council, the Iowa Department of Transportation, and DMAC, an ideal alternative location is now being prepared at the intersection of 7th Street and I-235. Can it be on there? That is the pile of dirt and the equipment that this last week dug the hole for the first stage of the footing that's being placed. And that location, 7th Street and I-235, is a very visible location to thousands who pass by it daily. So I thank you, council folks, for cooperating with our citizen initiatives. We have been giving serious thought to what could be done on a low budget to make the Peace Park even more user-friendly for the interim before the multi-million-dollar renovation is a reality. We recommend that the Parks and Recreation Department construct paths using a low-cost material such as mulch, add a few benches and tables, and plant some flower beds, perhaps using Des Moines Master Gardener volunteers. I would think no one would object to this, and because the area's been neglected for so long, this would be a simple, nice little improvement that would not involve a lot of dollars. We further request that the council consider a suggestion offered by a citizen at the Civic Center meeting, that public meeting that was sponsored earlier when the landscape architect gave his most recent plans. But this citizen recommended that the plaza name be changed to the Nolan Peace Plaza, or the Des Moines Peace Plaza, or simply the Peace Plaza. And when one looks at the revised plan by the landscape architect Ken Smith, the proposal does take on merit. His plan calls for the removal of the Brenton Fountain, including the wall that divides the Peace Garden portion from the umbrella area. There is to be a free flow of traffic without barriers. Currently, most of the peace-related activities take place in the umbrella area, while an event such as the recent marathon had tent facilities set up in the tree area. Well, following the official policy for renaming parks, we will provide the council with a formal letter of request or a petition in the near future. And again, thank you. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of Chad?
I'll move to receive and file the information, refer it to the city manager and parks department.
Are you all aware that you have the power to do the renaming? Is that something that you're familiar with? Does this happen very often?
No.
Does it? I'll just let you all have copies of what the procedure is.
It's very sensitive.
But you have the sole, you are the one group that has the power to do this.
All right, item. Yeah.
6 yes.
All right, item 42. From William Lillis, attorney for the Capstone Ventures LLC, requesting a continuation public hearing regarding rezoning the property at 315 Southwest 14th Street, which was scheduled for December 5th, and they're asking it to be rescheduled to the 19th. It is already on that date, and I guess you're, Mr. Manning, you asking to just move it on?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dan Manning, 317 6th Avenue. We have made this request because of the status of this case. This case is pending before the district court. We've checked with city legal, and we made this request now rather than go through what we went through at the last meeting where people were here ready to speak and it wasn't ready to be heard. That's why we're making the request now, one meeting prior to when it was scheduled for December 5th. We've checked, and I've also spoken with Mike Kelly, who's the attorney representing the city on this particular item, and I don't think it's an issue that the legal department resists moving it to the next council meeting.
Dan, I don't think they do either. I just, you've got two different actions going at once.
That's right.
And it complicates us being able to even handle it. I mean, at some point or another, we ought to just set it aside till you're ready to move forward, as opposed to maybe continuing it. I don't know how we would do that, but maybe there'd be a...
I think from our perspective, Mr. Mayor, we're certainly willing to have that discussion. We just don't, the term we use legally would be ripe. I don't think the issue's ripe until we find out what the court's going to do about the item that's before the Board of Adjustment, that was before the Board of Adjustment. Recognizing they're two separate entities, we really don't want to confuse the two at this point. That's the reason for the request. So I'm more than willing to...
Two different actions?
There are two different requests. We've requested a special use permit.
Right.
And that's what's before the court. We've also asked for a planned unit development for this. That's what would be coming before the council. And we won't need to make that request if the court rules in our favor. And that's why we're continuing.
I understand why you're continuing to request to continue.
We appreciate the fact that it's probably burdensome to the council for us to continue to make this request. We don't do so lightly. We do it because we don't want to be in a position where a decision is made by the council and then, frankly, that it doesn't even need to come before the council.
Exactly.
So we're we're willing to talk with legal department, the manager's office, whatever it is you would like us to do, but I think from our perspective, the only thing that we can do is continue to make these requests. And we're trying to do it now so that we don't have the confusion that we had at the last meeting.
Okay. At any rate, I guess we can continue it, Mr. Manager.
Can I ask a question of the city attorney? Jeff, because the hearing was continued to December 1st or 5th by prior council action, do they have to still put this on the December 5 agenda, assuming the council wants to do this? I assume they do.
That's actually a really good question, Rick, because as I was sitting here looking at this afternoon, there has already been an action continuing it to December 5th, as you point out. The action here is requesting that the public hearing be again continued. In fact, I think to the extent that I think council probably does have jurisdiction to go ahead and continue it. To the extent council does not have jurisdiction to continue it, it's going to impact Capstone Ventures. It's not going to impact the city. It would be a problem for them rather than the city if it's continued, because there would be a due process problem.
Any other questions for me?
So on item 42, do I want to move to Jeff?
Certainly, one of the options the council has is to deny the request and not continue it. That would be one of the options. One of the items, or one of the options for council as well, would be to have them come back on the 5th to see whether or not somebody shows up in reliance on the prior hearing that was set on the 5th, and reset it at that point to the 19th. Then again, you begin to get into what the mayor's talking about in terms of continuances ad nauseum or ad infinitum.
I guess my motion would be then to accept the letter from the law firm with the understanding that it's already been set for the 5th, and that we put notice on the council agenda on the 5th that they plan to continue it to the 19th.
That would be another option. We could put it on for the 5th to be continued until the 19th.
Right, so that there would be notice to all parties involved. But I think the message that you're also getting is that it needs to come to an end. Right. Because we've been continuing it since summer sometime.
This is the 4th meeting.
Let's just say for a while.
For a while now.
Okay.
I imagine Mr. O'Malley would be happy to come sit through the next council meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman?
7 yes.
Okay, let's skip over to item 53, which is approving a review of the Zoning Board of Adjustment decision on approved variance to 75-foot separation requirements from public park at 3733 Easton Boulevard for a gas station with sales of wine and beer. The council communication is number 11-708, and A is a consideration of a Class C beer permit with a B wine for Des Moines Valero number 204 at 3733 Easton Boulevard. Any comments from anybody in the audience? Seeing none, could we get a motion?
I'd like to make a comment on this, Frank.
Please.
Valero has come into town and is taking some dilapidated convenience stores. Some of them are closed up and boarded up. If you want to see the quality of work they do, if you go out to 38th and Easton, it's amazing the change in that building. It's very bright. It's very clean. It's uncluttered. Just talked to Pam about it today. She's got an issue or two with a few young people that come in there. She's working with the police on that to settle that issue. And now I hear that they've got the store at 29th and East 29th and Easton, and it sounds like you're purchasing the one at Southwest 42nd and Park.
They're working on it.
Yeah, which would be a major change down there. And I'd just like to welcome you to the city of Des Moines. And I'm pleased that you're working with the neighborhoods. I think that's important.
And they also have restored pumping gasoline, which was, the neighborhood really appreciated that being available to them again.
Don't they have AE milk too?
I've heard that, yes.
You can't comment on that, though, okay?
No comment.
All right, all right. Is there a motion, somebody?
You better make it.
I'll move 53 and 53A.
You'll need which option on 53? There are 3 options.
I only see one.
I only see one.
There's one that's on the agenda.
Those 3 at the bottom there. Which one of those is your pleasure?
Try number 3.
You have 3 choices.
Do we want number 3?
Yeah.
That's Skip, he made the motion.
We'll take the third one if that everybody else approves it.
I think we ought to have the agenda be consistent with whatever that is, the letter that you were showing us. Mr. Coleman?
7 yes.
'54, city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with J Sales Design LLC for installation, donation, and maintenance of a sculpture sign at the Bright Grandview Golf Course Clubhouse. Council Communication number 11-724. Anybody to speak on that in the audience? If not, could we have a motion?
I'll make a comment. I think it's a nice design. It's a great entrance, will be a great entrance into the new clubhouse up there. And I will move.
Looks like the price is right.
This item. Price is right with the maintenance covered, yes.
Seven yes.
Item 55, proposal from Tyler Technologies, Inc. for a citywide business enterprise software system and authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract. Council Communication number 11-721. Thank you again, staff, for the extensive discussion regarding this earlier today.
I'll move. If there's no
Anybody in the audience to speak on this item?
It was an excellent presentation.
Thank you, appreciate that.
And we succeeded in keeping him here more than 12 hours since 7:30 this morning.
7 yes.
If he stays in a hotel tonight, that's $261 extra.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Are you driving?
I think we better have him come back tomorrow.
I would defer this till tomorrow.
All right, item 56, solicitation of bids for the provision of mowing and trimming maintenance for parks, open spaces, boulevards, and municipal cemeteries. Council Communication number 11-701. Is there anybody in the audience to speak on this?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
All right, step right to the podium, sir.
Thomas Hayes, I'm the business manager of CPEC. Our address is 5806 Meredith Drive, Des Moines, Iowa. The problem I have with this is the maintenance is being done right now. There's been some issues, and now you've added the cemeteries into that. There's a lot of intricate things inside a cemetery with headstones and with certain issues that I've seen in some of the parks with tire tracks and not proper mowing. What's going to happen when they hit a headstone or two? What kind of cost is that going to cost the city? So I just want everybody to think about that when you're putting this bid out for those cemeteries.
Anyone else to make any comments? Seeing none, anybody in the council have any thoughts or a motion?
I've got some comments to make here. Number one on the blue letter, and Rick and I talked about this today. Under fiscal impact, it says savings to the operating budget in parks has been $822,000 due to contracted mowing, trimming, and custodial services. And this isn't all necessarily so, Rick. We've also went to low-mow, no-mow areas, so we're mowing a lot less than what we used to mow. And I think that should be differentiated, that there's two different ways we're making savings on this. I'd also like to know if there's going to be any penalties in this contract. The contract mowers we've had in the past have been tearing up the trees and dinging up different facilities, bollards and stuff like that. And I'd like to know if we're going to start penalizing them for this. I don't think we've penalized them one iota for the tree damage that they've done. And also, I know that we're using a lot of the employees in the cemeteries for snow removal. How will this impact our snow removal?
Mr. Moore, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Please.
Those are all great points. I would say this, and I think I've mentioned it to most of you, that this particular initiative was undertaken a couple years ago, and like any new effort, when you go from one system to another, there's always a bit of a shakedown cruise. I suspect we're still in that phase a little bit, but the fact of the matter is there have been very substantial savings. As Mr. Moore points out, I think it is true that as we got into this, we changed the scope of service, and I think even under this proposal, we would further change it in terms of the areas that would be mowed and the services that are provided. But the savings are quite substantial, and from my standpoint, it's important to keep that in mind. What's on the agenda here this evening is to go out with an RFP that includes those cemetery services, and I think we have to come back to you at the point that we would award contract and demonstrate for you again, based on those bid prices, what the actual savings would be. With regard to provisions like penalties and so forth, absolutely any contract like this has to have penalty provisions. The contract that would be here would have penalty provisions. There would be enforcement provisions. But the other thing I want to say to you is that I think as we get into this, we're learning more about the activity of contracting this out and the kind of services that we have to put in place to make sure that we properly oversee that, and we'll do that. And as the speaker mentioned, Mr. Hayes, you know, I'm painfully aware of this. When we get into it, there's always going to be qualitative issues in terms of the work provided. There were qualitative issues when it's fully city staff that does the work, and there will be here too as well. And we must be diligent in terms of the quality of the work that's performed. But that's part and parcel of what we've got to do here. I do think this is an extremely important initiative for us. I strongly recommend that you authorize us to go out with the RFP. We'll get the prices back, we'll look at it, and we'll give you all that information. And to Mr. Moore's comments about the, I'm particularly sensitive to the provisions on enforcement. Those must be included in the contract, and I'll make sure that to the extent Mr. Lester lets us do it, those will be in the contract. I know Don is here, and Don knows much more about the subject than I do, but maybe we should turn it back to you all for any additional comments or questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I am going to move item 56, and again, this is for the RFP process to start. I think until we actually get the information and the response to know what is going to be available to us, it's difficult to sit up here and try and second guess what it might or might not be. But I would agree with the city manager's comments, in particular that around what we've learned going through this process the last couple of years. I know I've had calls, concerns that have been expressed to me, and I've worked with the city manager's office and Don and the Parks and Recreation, and they've been dealt with. I think we've also had discussion about the quality. Is it maybe as good as we would have liked? No, probably not always. But when we look at the bottom line and the savings, it's been a balancing act trying to get it just right. So I'm comfortable moving forward with the RFP at this time, anxious to see what we get back, what would be some of the options that we'll have, and we'll have to look at that point and really be, I wouldn't say creative, but very sensitive to the issues and what we've learned this last 2-year period.
And Mr. Manager and Don, as long as before I vote, just so that we have it clear, I think what we're going to try to ask for, I'm specifically interested in some of the things that were mentioned in terms of the change in the scope of work. So when we went to low mow or no mow areas, what percentage of our parks areas now are committed to that kind of a regime? I mean, if we didn't mow any of it, I think we could save a lot of money and save 100% of the money. But on the other hand, if we went we look at the custodial cutbacks, we did 5 days a week and we had people on full time. And now we do 2 days a week and they come in a few hours a night to do it in various buildings. It would be interesting to know what kind of hours we're talking about now compared to what we were talking about before, as well as we look at the dollar savings. Again, I guess if everybody would clean their own area and we didn't have any custodial service at all, we'd save 100% of the money.
Mayor and Council, Don Tripp, Park and Recreation Director. I think I understand the question pretty clearly. We can get a report back to you before the bids would come back in that'll compare the amount of acreage that's mowed today versus what was mowed before 2008, how much has been reduced since then, and what that amount of reduction in actual mowing has done to the overall savings, and also the differences in standards that we now have for cleaning. So be happy to provide that as a part of the next round as you review bids when they come back in.
Don, while we're talking about custodians, recently I was here late at night. When I left, I was shocked. There was nobody in the building. Front doors were still unlocked. The custodians had been here. I was able to get hold of somebody that came down and saw to it got locked up. But my understanding is that when the custodians are here, the contractors, they're supposed to see to it the building's secure when they leave. Could we reiterate that to them? I didn't feel good leaving the building with nobody in it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they are supposed to lock the building when they go. And the nights like this, when we have council meetings late, we'll sometimes bring staff in. But part of that reduction in savings has been having to look at some of those hours and make sure that they're covered. So we'll remind them of that also.
Okay, so the motion is to go out and solicit the bids and see what we get back, and are we going to redefine what the scope of work is, or is there a bid spec now that is specific to what you're going to ask?
We do have a specification prepared. It's comparable to what was provided in 2008. It's been refined at least twice now. In 2010, we entered into a different agreement. After the 2009 season, from what we learned in the first year, we have additional lessons learned during that time, so we're amending that contract and specification. You'll see all that when it comes back. We are amending, as a part of that, some of the cycles. We're finding that it's not necessary to trim every time we mow. There's some savings that we think we can incur with that. And that's been one of the benefits of this, although being up here, I have to take the opportunity to express also there's a diminishment in quality. We were at a very high level when we were mowing it with our own crews. I think as good of parks, grounds, maintenance as any place I've ever seen. We're not there today. The reality is we've saved a lot of money, and the level that we've dropped has not been something that the public has not been willing to accept. So it's that finding that right mark between what we can afford and what the level is that we need to provide the public. But to your point, Mayor, we'll look at what we've learned from before, and our contract and specs this time around will be based on all of that knowledge, and hopefully will be better than in 2008.
And I look forward to seeing that bid spec and those bids. At some point or another, I suppose we could say we're not real excited about it and we need to go back to doing what we were doing before, or at least at a lesser level maybe. And have you be able to control a little more hands-on the work of those folks. I mean, that would be an option.
Well, Mr. Mayor, the only way you really can analyze that option is if we get bids and then we also provide an alternative cost for you to bring it all back in-house. And if that is the desire of council, tell me, and we'll do that homework.
No,
so
well, what we need to do is see what it is that the spec is. We're bidding, saying going ahead and going out, and I haven't seen spec, so I guess I'm I'm going to vote to say, let's see the spec and see what you get back, but I can't tell you that, because I don't quite understand the analysis that we've used in the past to judge with all the changes in the contracts and the scope of work, where we're saving the money. Are we saving it because we're not doing the job, or are we saving it because we cut all the...
We're saving it because it's less expensive. There has been a diminishment in the number of acres, but it is not a large amount of the savings. Of the $822,000 in savings, about $230,000 of that came as additional savings in the second round of the contract. A portion of that was because of reduction in mowing acreage. We did not reduce mowing acreage the first time around. So the savings has actually been a cost of business. And in terms of specifications, we have length of cut and that sort of thing, many requirements of the contractor that they'll need to meet. But again, if you let us bid this out now, we'll be able to come back and show you the actual dollar savings, assuming there are still savings, and compare that to previous years, and also you can see at that time the specifications.
Don, we've got a letter here that says that the proposed mowed acres for 2012 are 1,009.
Yes.
How does that compare then with what we're currently doing, just approximately?
Well, it's about the same as where we are currently. The difference between the previous bid in 2008, which you read at about 600 acres, is that this adds all the cemetery mows.
Okay.
Don, will there be performance metrics in this bid specs?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just make one comment quickly. I support this. I think this is something that we've been doing for the last several months as we have the budget discussions. We keep telling the public that we've gotten to the point where we're going to have to reduce the level of service in some capacity. And we're trying to figure out what that looks like, what the public prioritizes. And to this point, the reduction in mowing at the locations we've done, I consider, and I think most of the public has considered to be an appropriate cut based on the alternatives. And so I think moving forward, I think the same is true. Regardless of what that looks like, I think this is one of those areas where the public is willing to accept it versus cutting library hours, reductions in MBSD, things along those lines. So I think this is a reasonable cut. And based on priorities, I think this is an area where it's appropriate.
Keep in mind that MBSD probably is funded in part by community development block grants that we've seen a 25% cut. So that's going to go down anyway, so. Okay, thanks, Don. Mr. Coleman?
Sorry.
5 yes, 2 no.
All right, I think that takes us to 57, which is a recommendation from the city manager regarding the award of a contract for plant materials to be used by the Parks and Recreation Department, Council Communication number 11-719. Any folks in the audience to make comments on this item? Seeing none.
I'll move 57.
Any comments?
Yeah, I've got a comment on this. I had quite a long talk with the municipal arborist and with Rick about this issue. The municipal arborist said that he felt that this was not egregious enough situation where I observed this company not following our specs because it was one incident. I am bothered by the fact that they were given a demonstration planting, and the specs I have read are very clear on how we expect our trees to be planted. Now I'm even further bothered by the fact that, and I'm not looking at this as a public works and a parks, two different contracts. These are City of Des Moines contracts, and our residents expect quality work. I'm bothered that there is no penalty in this new contract. Now, I've talked to Rick, and Rick acknowledges that basically we failed on that. I'm going to go ahead and vote for this because I thought that both the municipal arborist and Rick made valid points, but I'm trusting that our contracts in the future are going to have specific performance metrics in them, including penalties if they are falling below the specs that we require.
Maybe I should comment just a little bit. Mr. Moore is accurate. We did have a long discussion about this afternoon. I do understand issues around performance, and I think those are legitimate observations to make about all of our contracts, frankly. It's not just this particular one. And I think the notion is that it makes sense for us to review our procedures, not only legally, but also administratively in terms of provisions that we have for enforcing our contracts. This happens to be a purchasing contract. We have construction contracts, and probably you could ask the same question about. So it's my intention to work with our staff, not just finance, but engineering and parks and other departments as well, to make sure we're doing the best we can within the resources that we have to make sure that we're getting our bang for the buck. That's why you do specifications, is to make sure that people complete the work in accord with some standard that you approve. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that they do that properly, and we'll take a look at that. We'll make sure that we're doing the best we can under the resources we have. It's partly an administrative issue. It's partly a legal question. So I'll need the help from Jeff and his staff, but I'm quite sure I'll get that, and we'll take a hard look at that.
I'm going to vote no, just because I thought we had an agreed upon penalties for noncompliance that we had already, like 2009, we voted on. And to not have some in this particular one, and especially with some continued problems across the culture of the organization, I think that I know I'm probably going to be by myself here, but I'm disappointed. Mr. Coleman again?
6 yes, 1 no.
All right, that completes the council agenda. And if somebody gives a motion to adjourn as City Council and reconvene as Board of Health. Been moved. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed the same. We now sit as the Board of Health. One is approving the legal department to proceed with court action seeking authority to abate the public nuisance at the following locations. One is 2811 Payne Road, a main structure and a garage structure. B is 420 East 24th Street. It's a main structure. And C is 3504 61st Street, a main structure and a garage. Is there anybody here to speak on any of these items? Any of these three? Seeing none, any comments by the board? If there are none, could we have a motion to move 1A, B, and C?
So done. Yeah.
Did you see Mark Joyce's now?
Mark Joyce.
7 yes.
All right, could we have a motion to adjourn? It's been moved that we adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed the same. Thank you all for attending.